All right, we are back in. This is our Budget Committee meeting set for this morning. I'd like to thank everyone for coming. Welcome our Budget Committee and our new member. First thing we're going to do is we've already had our Pledge of Allegiance for the Bach meeting. So what we'd like to do is first elect a Budget Committee chair. Do I have any motions?
I have a
Mr.
motion.
Chair, can we introduce Mr. Richards, please?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Our new I'll jump in here. Our new North County Budget Committee Representative, Wayne Richards. Welcome and thank you, and I'm glad you sat in that center chair. Glad to have you here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We had a motion.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Brad Alcorn.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Budget Committee Member Toad.
Aye.
Budget Committee Member Richards.
Aye.
Budget Committee Member Alcorn.
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Boyce.
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Pash.
Aye.
Budget Committee Member Gold.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Unanimous.
Mr. Alcorn, you're the chair.
Change
All right.
seats.
Might need an agenda.
Do you have an
Running the
agenda?
meeting now.
Do we need to change seat? We don't need to
You
change
don't
seats.
have to, you can stay there. if you want.
Congratulations.
All right, the meeting is yours, sir.
Pretty comfortable right here. Can I see your agenda there? Is that today's agenda? Can I
Good job,
take a look
Eric.
at that?
You've done that before, huh, Harris?
Chair Alcorn, since you're now the chair, I believe we have to elect a vice chair.
That's a good point.
You were the vice
I
chair.
was the vice chair last time, huh? So,
I'll move, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Boyce?
Move we nominate Richard Toad as Curry Budget Committee Chair, Vice Chair, excuse me.
I'll second.
All right. Jay, can we vote on that?
Budget Committee Chair Alcorn. Yes or no?
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Richards. Budget Committee Member Toad.
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Boyce.
Yes.
Budget Committee Member Pash.
Aye.
Budget Committee Member Gold.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chair, do you want a motion on approval?
The chair.
I'm always so polite to you. Chair Alcorn, would you like a motion to approve the minutes of the Budget Committee meeting November 12th,
Yes, that's it.
2019? So moved.
That is the next item on the agenda.
I'll second that.
Do you want to do formal rolls every time or just aye and nay?
Aye and nay is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
All in favor?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Motion carried unanimously.
Save JJ a little bit of breath.
All right, next on the agenda is our presentations. Are we ready to proceed with that? Is there anyone not ready to proceed?
Chair Alcorn, we should probably approve the agenda first. Make sure we have no changes to it.
Okay. I'm learning. Please bear
Oh,
with me.
absolutely.
fine.
Should have seen me the first week.
I'll make that motion to approve the agenda as written.
Second?
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, and a vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, signify by saying nay. Agenda approved unanimously.
All right. Thank you for your help, Julie. All right, so on to the presentations. Is there anybody not ready for the presentations? All right, and we'll proceed first with Sheriff Ward.
Good morning. Welcome, Mr. Richard, for the Budget Committee. Look forward to working with you and commissioners. I'll start off, this Sheriff Ward from the Curry County Sheriff's Office. Start off, last night, I kind of wasted 3 hours of my time I'll never get back by watching the presidential impeachment trial from 7 to 11, and I'm sure it went till about 2 o'clock in the morning back there. Point
1
I
o'clock,
wanna-
yeah, 1:30.
Yeah, point I want to make is, it's unheartening to see what kind of shape our government is in, and that they can't work and get along with each other. We can do much better than that locally, county-wise, and we do. We have great support from our commissioners, and we work for a common goal. And I want to go on record as, you know, when David Brocksmith was in here, he mentioned something about the the new gun bills that are coming out, you know, locking your guns and things. And I'm gonna go on record saying, I'm not going to enforce any unconstitutional gun laws. It's just the way it is. So, we'll get back to what we're here for. Give a presentation, I don't know if he needs me or not, but give a presentation on our budget status for the 2019-2020 budget year. And looking at the email that came out and what we were asked to discuss, I just kind of want to keep you guys in mind that we're going to give you an overall view of what the sheriff's office, how we're doing, but not go 11 divisions and line by line and things like that. I don't think we're asked to do that, but we are going to give you an overview of how we're sitting and what we're projecting and so forth. We are on track to come in under budget with what we have, but there are some expenses that we cannot control that are beyond our control. And I'll just give an example. The jail medical cost has skyrocketed. There's nothing we can do about that. You know, the county is responsible for providing medical coverage for our inmates. We just have to figure out a way to fund that going into the future. Contingencies or whatever we have to do to make sure we have enough to pay for those coverages. With me today, I have my second in command, Captain Phil McDonald. I have my administrative assistant, DJ Storns. My jail commander, Lieutenant Joel Hensley. My parole and probation director, Lieutenant David Denny. And my dispatch 911 supervisor, Stacy Aranda. They're going to be in the audience to answer any questions if needed, but Captain McDonald is going to be presenting our second quarter status and go from there. I am excited about the support we've had from the BOC this past year. With your support, we were able to accomplish a lot of good things. And the main thing is providing a better public safety to our community. That is paramount. It's got to be our #1 priority. And I've always said that, even if I wasn't law enforcement, I wasn't a sheriff, I'm going to tell you, public safety has to be the #1 priority. And people expect and should have support that know that they are protected in our county. Just to highlight a couple things, just a very few things that we did this last year that we're very proud of, and with the work from BOC, you know, replacing the microwave system, getting our communications up for our deputies and our first responders, the fire departments, the ambulances, and our law enforcement. That was huge because we were having issues of it constantly breaking down, is in the past of life, and when I have a deputy or deputies going out on calls and we can't communicate with them, a subject with a gun, a suicidal person, or whatever, that is one of the most dangerous things that we lay awake at night saying, wondering how we're going to fix this system. You guys did. You took care of the microwave system. We just have a few more things that we have to work on. The addition of our canine program, huge. Brad in charge of my canine program, Mr. Alcorn, and the accomplishments and the things that they have done is just incredible. The general public doesn't understand or realize what we've actually accomplished, but we have made many, many drug cases, and we have things forfeited, like cars that, you know, during drug cases. We've added an additional detective to help with those cases, and it's huge. We are making a big difference in our community with the war on crime and drugs. I'm very proud of the people that work for my department, my office, and I don't know much what else I can say about that, but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have Captain McDonald come on up, and he was going to give you an overview of where we're sitting and how the situation we are dealing with and where we're going from here. Thank you.
The
Sheriff,
money.
before you step away, I just want to say one thing. What you just said to this group and to everyone out there is why we are here. I believe that most elected officials do what we do because of what you just said, protecting the public, and the strides that you've made this year with your department, protecting and doing that job is why I'm sitting here, and I'm sure the rest of us as well. So thank you.
Well said, Mr. Chair. You put together a team, and that team is offering less stress, less conflict. Every year you see it, and more success, more productivity. And yeah, it's good to be in Curry County. We'll just keep pushing forward. Thank you.
Well, it's a team that
It is a
we
team.
work, our entire office, we couldn't do it one person. Yeah, I may make the final decisions, but, you know, what they bring to me, I can't be more pleased with the crew that I have and the people we've been able to hire and retain with this past year.
Thanks. Morning, Captain.
Good morning. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Captain Phil McDonald with the Sheriff's Office. I'm in charge of the day-to-day and monitoring of our budget, and my biggest job is to support the sheriff. I mean, that's what I do. I'm here to take care of and make sure things happen. I'm going to go over our budgets, and I'll go over all of our funds with the exception of the parole and probation. I'll have Lieutenant Denny come up and do that one. He is a lot more familiar with that, and he keeps track of that one. On our general fund obligations through the Sheriff's Criminal Civil, we're on track there. I think at the end of the year we'll probably be a little under budget. I think a few things there that will help out. Revenue on the Sheriff's Patrol, I think will come in close, you know, some of that. I mean, we're at, I think it says, well, we're right on track. We're at 50%, and we're on track to be there. And as far as the expenditures go, I don't see anything there that's going to cause any issues with the budget for that fund. When we get to the jail portion, with the exception of medical, the rest of the fund should come out okay. I don't see anything there that's going to cause any issues. Right now with medical, we had a contract with Curry Community Health that has been canceled, has nothing to do with the rest of the problems there. Well, it might, but it wasn't because of that. We have replaced that with 2 employees that work for us now that are providing the jail medical. One is a nurse practitioner and the other one is a nurse who worked for us in the past, which it's a good system. It will take care of our needs into the future, and I think it's a permanent, stable situation for us. So that will turn out all right. On our communications dispatch, we're right on track there. Everything's good. I don't foresee anything major there, but of course, you know, if I could see what was going to happen tomorrow, I'd be the richest person in the world. So we're not. When we get to our 128 funds, the Sheriff's Special Reserve Fund, that's where the K-9 program is being run from. And back in the budget hearings, the commission and the budget board pledged $50,000 to that program of general fund money to get it up and running. So what we've done so far is we have both dogs. We have 2 dogs up and running. One is dual certified in search and rescue and in drugs, and the other one is dual certified in protection and drugs. So we have, like I said, we have 2 dogs up and running, and they're doing a great job, and it's a great program. But because of that, we have raised through donations between last fiscal year and this fiscal year $32,440 towards that program. Mm-hmm. And then so some other monies that we've received into our 128 fund that's paid for. Because of those monies, we will not need that $50,000 transfer from the general fund. So that will save that $50,000. I know general fund has issues,
Bless
and
you.
so that $50,000 we will not need. The forest budget is right on track. And the marine budget, I think forest is going to be just fine. Marine will probably, it's budgeted to have a small general fund transfer into that. That probably will happen at the end of the fiscal year. We'll see. I mean, but just to make that one budget, or that one come out perfect. And then search and rescue is the other one. Search and rescue has a budgeted transfer from general fund back to that 128 fund, and that will probably have also, unless we end up with a large search on federal forest fund, or ground that we can build to Title III. That money, that will need to be a general fund transfer. So, but that's all budgeted in there, and so that's kind of where we're at on an overview. One of the other things that I was asked to cover is if we're going to need any kind of supplemental budgets at the end of the year, and we will. We will need a supplemental budget on the forest 128 fund. We received an additional $40,000 from the Forest Service to do specific patrols on the National Forest to pay overtime with. That was not budgeted, but we have used a little over half that money, and the rest of it we will probably use prior to the end of this fiscal year, which that'll put us well over the 10% of that fund. So we'll need to do a supplemental budget there. If we spend an additional, we spend over $10,000 more out of the Sheriff's 128 Special Reserve Fund where the K-9 program is, we'll be over 10% there, and we'll need to do a supplemental budget on that one also. We have the revenue and the income there, we just don't have enough budgeted into the expense side, so that'll depend on where we come out at the end of the year. But definitely we are going to need a supplemental budget on the forest budget, and then potentially on the special reserve where the K-9 program ran out. So, any questions on those funds for me? Okay, and then Lieutenant Denny, if you would like to come up and take care of parole and probation. Or any other questions for Lieutenant Hensley or Deputy Aranda on either the jail or communications?
No.
No? Okay.
We're gonna have
Thank you, Captain.
springtime.
Morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, Lieutenant Denny for the record, Director of Parole and Probation. So, kind of like the Captain said, overall, looking at our numbers, we budgeted $500,000 for State 1145 money to come in, and as I said before in some of our lipstick meetings, we were a little underfunded. They're trying to fix that problem, so we're actually going to be getting, when we take the money out, we put $200,000 into the jail fund to help fund the jail for beds, and we'll be coming in at about $463,000. Other than that, everything's on track. And if you look at the overall, we're at 47% for revenues, and that was as of December 31st, and I know that's not official. We did put a payment in there from the state on January 10th of $165,000. So we're actually at $458,491 for year-to-date actual. Other than that, we have justice reinvestment. We have the 15-17, 17-19 that's coming to an end, and some of those monies will have to return to Criminal Justice Commission. The new grant fund for justice reinvestment for the 19-21, we accepted a provisional, which is a 1 year, and we'll have to do a supplemental budget for that fund, which will involve personnel, rent and utilities for housing vouchers, some administrative, and of course 10% to victims assistance. Any questions?
Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you. You're both chair. No, I'm kidding. Lieutenant Eddie, the lipstick meeting you had a week ago, and you had the justice reinvestment people come down from from Salem AOC. That was very informative, and I think they were trying to respectfully highlight the struggle for funding that the counties are having and the extent that they can aid us. And so that was a very good meeting, and I hope I can help, or we can help, certainly. And I know you'll keep us informed on that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to work together, and like I said, they're willing to come back down to help us with some of that grant funding.
Yeah, I look forward to talking to them. Thank you.
Sorry, force of habit.
Oh, done. We'll definitely work through all this. Any other questions for Lieutenant Denny?
Captain McDonald, on the Merkley House Bill, Senate Bill, 2688, on relief for rural counties, maybe all counties, on, I don't want to give details, but a year ago this time, we lost $125,000 on a lawsuit that we all believe was really unnecessary. But I don't know how much of that came out of the insurance, but I know a lot of it come out of the county budget. Just highlighting to the citizens what we're up against here with the medical and the exposure that our little counties have. If there is an absolute perfection, it's really unrealistic. And so I think the senator has recognized that, and he's just going to need, and AOC Naker will certainly be nudging him on that, and the people he's working with to give the counties a relief. We cannot withstand this kind of surprises, as you all know. So thank you. That's all I have. But yes, that was $125,000, just like that.
LT, thanks.
Any other questions for the Sheriff's Department at all? Any other issues with them? All right, I know you guys have been up here for a while. Anybody need a break, or can we continue?
We usually break at about 10 or right in there, so.
Okay, why don't we go on with our next presentation then, which will be the assessor's office. Jim?
Thanks for your
Thank
service,
you
guys.
all.
Thank you.
Good morning, Budget Committee members. Jim Cullen, Curry County Assessor. For the record, I'd like to thank the Budget Committee members for your service. Mr. D'Alcorn and Mr. Richards traveled quite a ways today to be here, and then
Mr. Toad.
Budget Committee member Toad left warmer Californian climes to be up here with us. But as far as the assessor and tax collections office goes, our revenues and our expenditures are right where we expect them to be. There's not going to be any surprises. A couple of things I would like to mention is last spring during our budget committee presentation, the budget committee heard our message from the assessor's office that we really need more resources in order to be able to do a better job with assessment and tax collection. We needed resources in two areas. One, we needed a computer system. I reported to you that our IT department is telling us that our current system is end of life. We are working on securing a new computer system. We tried to do our due diligence and have been really researching two different systems. We hope to finish up our research on those at the end of this month and be making a decision on which system we want to go with early next month. And we'll begin that process, and with either system, we should be at least doing the tax collection portion of our work by this fall when we send out tax statements and collect taxes. The rest of the system, the appraisal end, that process will take all of 18 months to finish. So it's not an immediate process. We're making our decision. We haven't spent any money with that other than some minor travel to go and see other counties that are using those systems. The other place that the Budget Committee heard me was with regards to providing more resources for personnel so we can get out and get more work done. The Budget Committee actually allotted us resources for 2.5 new FTEs. 1.5 of those FTEs was contingent upon the Curry County pilot project making it through the legislative session. it did not. So we have not and don't intend to hire those resources. That effort is not dead. Representative Brock Smith plans to bring that back to another session. It won't be here during the short session where he's more limited in what he can do. The other position we have not hired yet. And the reason for that is because since July 1st, we actually have 2 brand new people in our office that are new to their jobs. And we also have another 3 people in our office that are new to the job that they do in our office. We had a retirement last spring that shifted some people around, and we wanted to wait until we got those 5 people, 5 of the 7 of us, trained up and productive in what they're doing before we tried to hire another new person and go through the training with them. So we think we're about there and probably be looking to put that other position on, come in here hopefully within this next month. I think that's about all that I have to report to you today, so I'd be open to any questions you might be interested in.
Mr. Pash?
One question, you mentioned the computers, does that include the software?
Yes, it is the software that
Right.
we're looking at. The hardware is really a fairly small portion of the expense with that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gold?
Just one question. I noticed you have 7 people in your office, is that correct?
Yes.
Out of those 7, how many actually go out into the field and do appraisals?
I've got 2 full-time appraisers,
Mm-hmm.
and then I and my other supervisory position get out into the field part-time.
Okay. Thanks.
How often do you do reappraisals?
Well, that was our message to this budget committee last year. And what I told the budget committee is that we are currently working at a pace that's about a 15 to 18 year cycle. And if we had gotten that extra 1.5 FTEs from the Curry pilot project, our plan and our estimates were that we could take that down to a 6 to 8 year cycle. And the reason we want to get down to that faster cycle is we're missing properties. There's people out there building properties without taking out building permits, which is our chief discovery tool for finding changes to properties out there. Our other discovery tool is the actual physical reappraisal, where we actually go out and go door to door and visit each of the properties in the county. So if we can get that up to a 6 to 8 year cycle, for the most part, there won't be any foregone property tax on properties that we've missed for years.
Commissioner Gold?
I know we've got code enforcement officers now. Are you getting a lot of referrals from them as far as non-permitted properties?
The answer is no.
Okay.
We've actually gotten some referrals from the code enforcement officer. The referrals that we've gotten so far, probably less than a handful of properties that we were unaware of.
Okay.
For the most part, the vast majority of the referrals that we hear are properties we've already been to.
Okay.
Commissioner, I can comment on that. So with code enforcement, normally what they do is they don't notify the assessor's office, they notify the planning and building divisions.
Okay.
Because that's how they can get them into the system. So they notify the people and they tell them they need the permits.
Okay.
So that ultimately gets to the assessor's office, but directly the first contact would be planning.
More indirectly. Okay. Thanks.
And I agree, that's exactly the way that it goes.
So are you getting a lot via the planning department because of this indirect?
Well, like, my answer to your first question was really not much in the way of new things
Okay.
through this process. It's a good process. I mean, the main thing that we want to do here in Curry County is have people getting their building permits so they get their inspections, and we make sure those properties are out there, are structurally safe for any future owners of those properties.
Mr. Thode.
Yes, I had a question. Last fall, before I went to get some sunshine, they started an amnesty project. I believe the commissioner started on property. Have you seen any activity in that area as far as?
And really, I have the same answer as I had the Commissioner Gold's answer on that is, we've not seen a great deal of activity, almost nothing in the way of anything new that we hadn't already discovered. I'm not really sure. That's maybe a better question for code enforcement or the planning department.
So with the amnesty program, immediately there was a big flux where people were calling to find out whether or not their projects had been permitted. So there was a lot of phone calls, a lot of activity. That first month we also saw some new permits that where people came forward, but then it died completely off. That program is in effect until April 1st, so they do have until April 1st to try and get those permits yet. But we don't anticipate a lot of activity on that. So after April 1st, what we find, we're going to start doing citations on them, as well as double permit fees. So one thing we did do this winter is the board did approve in the planning fee schedule that if you build something and you didn't have a permit, we can charge you double the permit fee. So we gave people the opportunity to come forward and get their permits. Didn't get a big response, like I said, a lot of inquiries, but there wasn't a lot of follow through with permits. So now we'll be following up, and they'll get citations as well as double permit fees on many of them. So.
Okay, thank you.
The main thing with the amnesty program, at least as far as the assessor's office is concerned, is that people are aware of it, take advantage of it really, and get their permits and their inspections just to make sure that those structures out there are structurally safe for not only the current owners, but any potential future owners. People should be aware that the assessor's office has kept track of the properties that we visited that have built properties without building permits. In the planning department, it's public record, so they would have access to that if they asked for it. So hopefully people will take advantage of the amnesty program and not have to pay any more fees than they absolutely have to. I don't think that the people are out there really trying to get away with anything. I think they probably just don't understand in many cases that some of the things that they've done require building permits.
Commissioner Boyce?
Wait, I don't understand, because some of the presentations you've had have been very informative as far as turning garages into two-story homes, and so I think some of the people are aware, and that's why I have to justify, have to justify to the citizens why we're spending money on code enforcement. Obviously, there's a lot of spokes in that wheel of their responsibility, but finding the people, and that's why this amnesty program I think was really very good and a good effort, but we're trying to give them a chance to do what their neighbors are doing, and running this government is very expensive. So I didn't mean to make more of a comment than a question, but just referring back to your presentations, I think you've done a good job getting the word out that, hey, you need to come in and get your permits.
Yeah, actually, it's not the assessor's office so much that has tried to get that word out, that
Sure.
you need to come and get your permits, because it's not the assessor's department that deals with the permits, the permitting process. And you're absolutely right. Certainly, there's people out there that are building new
They're cheating.
housing structures that understand what they're doing by not getting building permits.
Okay.
There's a lot of other structures. I think in many cases when people do a simple remodel of, say, a garage to make it living space, they may not actually be aware that
Okay.
that permits are required for work like that. Not having worked in the building inspector sector myself, or walked a mile in their shoes, I couldn't tell you all of the things that require building permits, you know, other than we see a lot of the stuff that people do get building permits for.
Assessor, I have a question. With the new software, is that going to be cloud-based, or will it affect our servers and we'll have to budget for additional servers?
We have both those options.
Okay.
Commissioner
Mr. Chair,
Boyce.
we just had Planning Director Crockett come in. Did you want to contribute something?
I can add to the amnesty program issue.
Great.
Thank you. Just really quick, what we're finding is that people come in, they don't say they're coming in because of the amnesty program. They come in and they tell us that, well, they've already built something and now they're going to get their permits for it. So they're kind of shy. They're not real open about what's going on. We're seeing of existing buildings already built and they're coming in to ask for permits. We're seeing about 1 or 2 a month. There aren't a lot, but that's how they're coming in, kind of discreetly.
Very helpful.
Mr.
Question.
Clement.
When you have someone that comes in and applies for a permit, what's the process to get the information to the assessor's office? Is it automatic when?
Yes.
I don't understand how you're doing your process.
How the process works. Well, the first thing is they get a planning clearance. We review it. At the same time, they're usually applying for a building permit. All the building permit information is turned over to the assessor.
Thank
So
you.
they readily get the information.
Thank you.
It's when the permit is issued that the assessor gets it.
Counties I've been in before, you was talking about a 15-year reappraisal thing. They're doing like a 4-year. And what they're finding out is they're finding out about new build. The remodel thing is not an issue. New buildings are. But they're finding out within 4 years, instead of like you folks, 15 to 17 years, and look at the taxes we're losing.
Yeah, maybe I confused that. When a person takes out a building permit, we get copies of those every year, and we get out and get all that work picked up. So we are actually, when people are getting their building permits, we're getting that every year.
But the reappraisals are not.
The reappraisal cycle is much longer.
Yeah.
I have one
Thank
quick.
you.
I have one quick question. Who is it? Code enforcement that actually issues any citations?
Yes, that is true.
Is there anyone else that can issue a citation if necessary? Is it only code enforcement?
When it comes to building and development projects, it would just be code enforcement.
Okay. All right. Commissioner
Well,
Pash.
I believe a building inspector won't sign off on a particular thing if someone's not doing, building whatever it is to code. They just won't sign off on that. That's what it
Okay.
is.
That's correct.
So they can't get a final.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
And let's take a 10-minute break. All right. So we'll be back at a little after 10:10.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's gonna benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is. And what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community.
There we go. Here. Anybody not ready to start? All right. Then we're back on the record, and we will continue with County Clerk Renee Colin.
Good morning, Budget Committee. Renee, for the record, Renee Colin, Curry County Clerk. This is Shelley Denny, our Chief Deputy County Clerk. And we are going to have a quick overview of our budget like you've asked. We are on track. We are, for our elections division, our reporting division, our BOPTA budget, and our reserve fund. We are conservative on our revenues, so we usually make our revenues, and we are on point for our revenues, and our expenditure is online. We don't have any supplemental ideas or issues, except that during our work copies at our budget last session, somehow we omitted our postage line item. So our line item for postage in our reporting budget is at 0, but we'll be able to, I think, take care of that throughout the year and not have be a supplemental issue.
Okay.
And that's it.
Clerk Colin, could you just talk a little bit about the addition of the Vital Statistics program?
Sure. We were asked to take on the, actually go ahead.
So you will see a little bit of change in the recording revenues because our office did take over the vital records part from public health. We're now issuing death certificates, so you'll see that increase in our revenue. We did not hire any additional employees. We are just all absorbing that duty.
Okay. Any questions at all? Any comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good work.
Perfect.
You'll keep up the good work.
All right, next in line is our treasurer. Debbie, thank you.
Good morning, Budget Committee. So looking at my budget, it's pretty cut and dried, and I haven't overspent on any line. I am funded completely by the general fund, except for a little bit of the CAFA grant that I get from doing tax distribution. One of the main changes I'm looking at making for this next budget cycle is adding a 0.25 employee in my department. I feel it's very imperative that I have someone I can train because we don't know if we're going to get sick, and that's been a little fear of mine throughout the years that I've been the treasurer, is I really haven't had a whole lot of backup. And so I'm looking at adding that for this next budget year.
Just a reminder to the Budget Committee, we can't discuss anything for the upcoming budget year in this meeting. This is just to look at these current ones.
And so, yeah, and so I was just saying that would be the only change. And then Julie asked me to talk about the school funds. And basically that is just a pass through from the funds we receive for the federal forest receipts that go to the county schools, as well as the electric co-op tax that goes to the schools. So that money comes in, goes out. So that fund is usually always at a 0.
All right.
Any questions?
Anyone? Mr. Boyce.
If I may, thank you, Mr. Chair. we always hear the low rate of return on the reserves in the investment pool there. You know, sometimes, I think the lowest I ever remember being was 0.88, 1%, and then it got up to 1.7. What is it now, or just, I know
It
fluctuations a lot.
just changed, so I think it's down to
Thank you, sir.
2.45.
2.45. Yeah, I just changed it. I couldn't remember.
Good job, Mr. Chair. That's,
Good. You must
that's
have
good
just
news.
read it. I'm
Good
sorry.
news.
It's been like 2.75.
Okay, so it's
It
down.
was up, now it's gone down a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question, Ms. Crumley, on that topic. I know you and I have spoken privately about those funds and the interest and where they are. And I know we'd left Piper Jaffrey on that one fund. Can you maybe explain a little bit to the Budget Committee the funds and what is required by you, just briefly? Because there are more funds out there that we could get a much higher return on, but the risk involved.
I'm a treasurer that does not like to take a risk, and so I'm very conservative. And the funds that we use with Piper Jaffrey were the federal home loans, where they're low risk. We don't. When I tell them I want to invest, I get that rate, and it's that rate through that duration. And if we needed the money, we could pull it out without any penalty. So I'm just very cautious. And when the rates were going up, my investors said that we couldn't do any better. I mean, they could not do any better for us if I moved it out of pool. So now it's looking like the rates are going down, so I'm gonna start researching.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do have a comment for the Budget Committee, if I
Certainly.
could. After having had many conversations with Ms. Crumley, I think it's maybe something that this committee, along with the Board of Commissioners and Revenue Task Force kind of things, can look at, is the possibility of finding new avenues for investment. We have a large road fund. We have some, the county's basic annual money sits in these accounts, and we're only drawing, as you heard her state, about 2.45%. You can get into AAA papers, muni bonds, those kind of things. I mean, that are risk-free government bonds that you can move in and out of with very little fees. That we may be able to, even if we went to a AA guaranteed type of paper that you can move in and out of, you may be able to get up in the 4 to 4.5% range. And when you've got tens of millions of dollars sitting in account, that becomes a huge plus for the county very quickly. So those funds can really
Is there
grow.
penalties for moving back and forth?
Well,
with
and
what you're-
that's what I'm saying, that, the Budget Committee and the commissioners, whoever, could look into the ones and what their fees are, the penalties are, and weigh that against the returns versus any possible fees and or penalties.
Absolutely.
And look at the whole broad picture and make sure that the county's money is secure, yes, and that as we need it, we can use it, but we may be able to find something better. And Ms. Crumley does work at that. I'm just wondering if, perhaps we could form some kind of a committee to look into a broader text of that, because having spent a lot of time in New York, working for a firm that did exactly this, there are many, many ways to do it.
Yeah, and I would wonder specifically to the road funds money, if there were any state restrictions or any current county
I think
restrictions.
there are restrictions.
There are some restrictions, yes, and that's what I'm saying, is we can look
Yeah.
into those restrictions and then make sure that we're within those guidelines. But diversification in these kind of funds is huge, and it's just something to look at, that's all I'm saying.
'Cause we could-
I think we can do much
We
better.
could see some pretty good benefits with that,
Yes.
with that fund alone.
6 figures a year easily.
Yeah.
Right. And I agree with you 100%. And I think we should have a workshop or a committee that looks at that. That's kind of been my pet peeve when I first started the budget committee process, was the rate of return on that fund.
I think anything we can do to the treasurer's office to help, propel that.
Absolutely.
I think it's a great idea.
And I'm not,
Something to consider.
If the Budget Committee wants, I can schedule just a workshop, I guess, to start looking at that.
Absolutely. Any other comments on that topic? All right, we'll continue. We have somebody from the DA's?
Commissioner, did you have a comment? Oh, I thought you said you, okay.
Do we have somebody from the DA's office here?
No.
I
All
do
right.
know they have court today, so they might be a little late. Here he comes right now, if you can just wait. I can see them walking in.
Let's make him wait.
You're up.
Me?
No.
Last one here buys.
You're
Right
up,
on-
Mr. Mr. Dial.
You're right on time.
Well, thanks.
1 minute early.
Ever Dial District Attorney. So, looking at our payroll, we're at 43%. We're down an attorney right now, and hopefully that'll be remedied. But one of our attorney positions is a grant funded OVW, which is a collaborative grant that we get with Oasis, which pays for Josh Spansale's position. So that's kind of helpful. And I think as far as the line items go, I think we've got a budget of about $45,750, and we're at $33,241. But it's always high on the front end because that's when we have the DA conference and we have all of our dues are due then for the DA. We have yearly dues for that, for the DA Association and other costs. So I think our budget's doing pretty good. Our victim advocate is 100% grant funded through VOCA and the criminal fine grant, and so hopefully those grants will continue. I don't know, any other questions for me, Court?
He's the boss.
Commissioner Boyce.
He's intimidating.
Yeah, you can be that way.
And you're not. Would you mind bringing your staff that kind
Sure.
of showed up today and
Sure.
introducing them, please?
So, Josh, why don't you start? Josh is on the DV grant, and but the good thing about that grant is it doesn't prohibit him from taking other cases. So, so you know, so he takes he's got a big caseload and a big trial load, and last week? I think it was last week he did an arson case, which was a combination arson and burglary, and that fellow ended up going to prison for 48 months.
Yeah, 4 years.
He was stopped by the arsonist was stopped by Deputy White as he was driving his van down which river was it?
Winchuck River Road, driving on a rim. He'd been driving on a rim for about 7 miles.
Wow.
And I think the deputy asked, well, why are you driving on a rim? He says, oh, I couldn't find a place to pull over. So, and his hair was singed.
Yeah, one whole side of his head was singed.
And he just gotten in an argument with the woman that owned the.
So you'd say a red flag then, right?
Red flag. So that was good.
Not a smoking gun.
Right.
We're digressing, are we?
Right.
So anyways, Stacy coming up. Stacy's the one that keeps me out of trouble. Stacy DeLong, my office manager.
Barely.
And really keeps the office going. And I don't know what I'd do without her. So you bet. Gwen, come on up. And I'll say alas, poor Gwen, because poor Gwen has to deal with the grants, the victim grants. And as long as I have been here, those have been very difficult grants to deal with. And because their timing is not the fiscal year, they come in at odd times. And there's all kinds of requirements, and the grant monitors and Salem try to help. But they're difficult grants to work with. But she's been doing really well, and knock on wood, hopefully nothing will happen and grants won't go away. So Gwen contacts all of our victims and advises them of their rights, sits with them through trials and court appearances when necessary, and well, most of the time, right? Yeah, and is in court every morning at 9 o'clock for the victims.
Commissioner Pash, you have a comment?
Congratulations on your retirement.
Well,
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service to the county.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Recently, I had an opportunity to deal with your office where I was assisting a Gold Beach officer take a subject in custody, and he kicked me in the process, but you were able to resolve it and get him on probation for 18 months. And I was pleasantly surprised to see the follow through your office did with that.
Well, thank
So,
you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Any budget questions?
Commissioner Boyce.
No, it is not a budget question. We are really going to miss you.
Well, thank you, Court. It's been a
Great
pleasure
working
working
with
with
you.
you, commissioners, and I appreciate all your support.
You're a great cotton card
Thank you.
provider, man.
Yeah. Well, do as much as we can within the system.
Amen.
But we're the, you know, us and the police agencies, we're the thin blue line. I don't know if any of you read Jared Diamond, he's an anthropologist, but he talked about how in New Guinea that the tribes that were still living as they had for hundreds of years up in the highlands in the 1950s, if you were in a tribe, you just going outside, you were always afraid because your neighbor could have a war party that would kill you, and the cycle of revenge went on and on and on, and so people lived in fear all the time. So that when one Australian officer went in with nothing more than a handgun, that they could have easily killed him and said, look, we're gonna end the cycle of revenge, and now there's gonna be a legal system to take care of things. They accepted it immediately because that thin blue line is what keeps us all civil, I think. So,
It sure is. And we all thank you for your service. Thank you.
well, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda.
Been a neighbor.
Oh yeah, how are you? I knew you looked there.
Yeah.
And next on our agenda is Juvenile Division.
JL, what's up?
Oh, hello. I think they print these smaller, so I'm gonna have to get these out.
Just yours, Wendy.
But yeah, just ours is printed smaller. I don't think there's a lot of changes going on in the budget for the juvenile department. In revenue, it's taken us about a year, but pretty exciting that we just had the Oregon State Parks sign a contract for community service. I know last time I'd talked about that was kind of a goal and a dream we had, and it's actually been signed. It's at Salem right now, so hopefully this spring we'll actually start doing the work there. They have several parks along the coast that we'll be doing some work in, and they don't want us just doing work. They want us to bring kids in, and we're gonna learn to build bridges right alongside their employees. And then they also want our kids then to stay in the parks, understand what camping's about, actually teach them really what, legal activities are, how you have fun, no drugs and alcohol involved. And then they have summer employment that if our kids do community service work, they can also look at applying there. ODOT, again, we'll see some more money coming in. Other than that, our revenue is all on track. The state of Oregon really has a lot of our funding that doesn't come from the general fund, and we just bill them quarterly, and all that has been taken care of. In expenditures, the only thing that we've changed is we have changed the way our employees kind of roll. We used to have a probation officer 2. We changed that to probation officer 1/community service coordinator, and that's to be a little more effective with our hours. Our community service coordinator, I think last time I spoke to you, he was hired at 4 days a month, which means he took kids out 4 days a month. That didn't leave time to go look for more projects or do creative things. So now he splits his time between supervising our low risk and going out and doing work around the community. We've already picked up some more little odd jobs. He's down in Brookings right now, so that means when school's out on early release, we can actually go do a 2-hour job. We can go maintain the lawn. We don't have to pay our rent to be at the Brookings office that we have with victims anymore because we now maintain the lawn. Our kids go take care of all that, so they've done a wash with us on that. We're watching that closely, like I said, with the change in that. I've also
we share with the district attorney's office, a victim's advocate. They get a grant. She's part-time. Since we've had her, we are at 100% in collecting all restitution for the victims of juvenile crime. So the other half she's doing prevention work. Again, I keep talking about the kids referrals. We're getting 9-year-olds. I'm not going to put a 9-year-old through the juvenile system and through the criminal system. So we're really doing prevention work. She just got certified to do OHP, so all our kids now that don't have OHP, she can get them up, and so we can get them services to be able to do that. Juvenile boarding, we have a contract with Del Norte Detention in Crescent City. It's $20,000 a year. If we use the beds or don't use the beds, we still pay the $20,000. They have been an excellent partner with us, but we all are looking right now at Josephine County. Josephine County has put some things in place where if we don't use the daily beds, that we can use it in any of the programs they offer. They have like a 30-day program. If a kid just blows out of community placement over and over and over again, instead of just going straight to committing them to the state, we can actually do a 30-day program over there where they get drug and alcohol counseling. They actually get a doctor assigned to them, where we can get them out of the community and get them clean and sober. We just haven't had the funds to do that. So kind of talking back and forth and looking what our options are. You know, the days of locking all the kids up, that's not the case anymore. Years ago, our budget was $50,000 for detention. It's now down to 20. We didn't use it last year, and I don't think we'll use it this year. We've invested in some electronic monitors. A lot of our kids, it's not so much community safety, it's making sure if they don't come home, the parents are telling us where they are. So if they have a monitor on their leg, the monitors are tiny nowadays. I should have brought one, but you can go anywhere. It used to be a big monitor, and now it's small. It's on your leg. You can do anything with it. And we get notices on our cell phones now. So if it's 2 a.m. and a kid's out of their zone, we get a text at 2 a.m. saying they're out of their zone. But that's just, it won't change our budget. We're not going to go over. It's just there. One thing we put in our budget was the $12,000. We are in need of a new transport vehicle. The goal was to do $12,000 this year and $12,000 next year. We might see if we can cut corners. I would really like to not have to go $12,000 next year. I've been talking to Julie about maybe some options and trying to get that vehicle this year if we can save in some other areas. Our transportation on vehicles, assigned vehicles, is way down. We're only about 25% right now. That is mainly for having an office in Brookings and a car in Brookings, so we're seeing a lot less travel. Postage is a pretty small line item. We probably are going to go over. It's Oregon State Police has new requirements for fingerprint cards, but we're talking maybe $60. And I think I covered Veterans Internet, but other than that, we're totally on track, and like I said, hopefully we'll save enough money to maybe help with the vehicle. Yes, Sue?
I just have one question about the beds. How many times have you actually used the beds in Del Norte County?
Well, we use them all the time right now. Like 2 weeks ago, I picked up a kid at 3:30 in the morning at Brookings PD, and we take him straight to Del Norte, and I think we had a tow. I think he was there maybe 5 days. Have another kid that just got out that was 5 days. It's the nice thing about a guaranteed bed is just that. When we pick up a youth at 3 in the morning, that contract guarantees me that even if they're full, they will remove one of their youth to put one of our youth in there. So it's pretty valuable to give that up. Because, you know, I've sat out here before with a kid in my car from 2 in the morning till 7 when we could transport, and it's definitely not ideal. In my talks with Josephine, though, the services they offer are pretty amazing. Not only that, it's Oregon, and when we go into California, we kind of have some weird laws when we go into California. Right. So I think we have to look at that whole thing. But Josephine County is, you know, they're willing to maybe even meet us halfway. Our only thing is those 3 winter months. Yeah. I'm not comfortable with myself or any of my staff heading over that mountain at 2 a.m. if the weather's bad. It's just not worth the risk. So that's where we need to be creative. But they have Polycom. Our kids can appear, you know, over the video in the courts. So really, the only stickler is that winter time. What do we do if we have a bad road situation? And Del Norte would be a backup, but if they're full, if we didn't have that guaranteed contract, we wouldn't have a guaranteed space. So
Mhm.
pros and cons to it, but I think it's worth at least looking to seeing what our options are. We pulled out and went to Douglas County a few years ago. Del Norte wasn't sure they were going to be able to stay open. And we did Douglas for about a year, and the Douglas facility is amazing, but the transport just killed us. You know, it's all day. It's an all-day transport to
Right.
get a kid over and get back, so.
Could you make that contract, say, half of that, since you don't use it that often?
They are, I think we have a lot of places to negotiate. In Josephine County, we spent, I took P. O'Neill and myself went to Josephine County. You know, they recently finally got their funds to reopen all their facilities, their law enforcement levy and all that. And so we did a tour. And they're a pretty helpful partner. They're sharing some ideas with us and where they're finding money. And they've just reopened their entire juvenile, it's a whole block, their whole juvenile justice building is an entire block, court, everything's in one location. And they want it to be used. They want our kids to be able to do a 90-day program, or a, 30-day program, even 2 weeks of getting clean and sober and that type of thing. So I think they're really open to talks about what we could do.
Well, that might give Del Norte some impetus to lower their costs.
Exactly. Yeah, even if we could drop it down to 10,000 or
Yeah,
something.
I like competition.
And look at other funds. And Del Norte's they've been really good to us. And again, it's nice that it's a half hour away. And the sheriff's department, they just recently, Captain McDonald now, if one of their deputies picks up one of our youth at 2 a.m, if it's the sheriff's department, they will transport for us. Because the reality is, by the time I get up, wake up, we're not 24/7, and get a car and get down there, they could drop the kid off and be back quicker than we could get down there. Our uniqueness and the challenge that the Curry County Juvenile Department faces all the time is we don't have a juvenile detention facility, so we don't have 24/7. The bigger counties, on call means you might take a phone call. It doesn't mean you're going to transport. It doesn't mean you're going to sit with a kid, but it's just us. It's the employees. We all take 1 week a month, and we're that on call, but we don't have a place where kids can be booked and released or fingerprinted or sobered up before they're released. So it's kind of, that whole detention thing is something we need to be careful with. But.
Okay.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thanks, Chair. Retention center, that would be a long-term vision for us, but how would you structure that if you could, and what would be involved?
I don't know that we would ever have the population, because I met with Coos County also. Coos County let theirs go also, and they go to Douglas now.
Okay.
Having to staff it 24/7 is the hard part, and that's what Del Norte was even facing. Del Norte ended up shutting down one of their facilities and ended up bringing staff in because they just couldn't have the staff to do it. But I just don't know that we would detain enough kids. I mean, we were at 200 beds last year, and I think we used about 160 total. So I don't know that we would, I just don't think we have the numbers unless Coos, Douglas, Curry, but we're still looking at the transport part of it. So I think if we could help some of our partners out, like Josephine or Douglas or something like that, it would be a good thing.
Find resources.
Yeah, for sure.
Just how's the new office? Thank you. How's the new office? It looks to me like you have less room.
We do have less room. We're being creative. We're hoping the last thing we need is a security wall. And they've had to, I guess there's all kinds of new requirements for the building codes, and we need metal posts. So Eric's getting things ordered, but our problem right now is we have the kids. The kids can't be in the hallway with adult defenders. So as soon as we get the security wall in, we'll be set. You'll walk in, there'll be a waiting room in the office and then a wall before you walk into all the offices. But it works nice. It helps save us time too, because if there's only one person has to be in the office, we're all in one location. I will not have to use any more irregular money whatsoever, because there'll always be a PO in Gold Beach, and there'll always be a PO in Brookings, and any staff can cover our entire office. So.
Just so the budget committee knows what they're talking about, is the district attorney needed more space. So juvenile volunteered to swap office space with the district attorney. So the district attorney was able to meet their space needs. And juvenile ended up going in a smaller area, but they're doing what they can to make it work.
All right.
Great job.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next on the agenda is our emergency management.
I think he's just walking around. Here he is.
There he is.
Is this an emergency?
Taking the short way.
Is it an emergency or?
Well, good morning, Jeremy Dumeier, Emergency Manager. So, in looking over the budget, for the most part, it's on track. Talk about some good things and bad things. So the good things are, did not anticipate for this budget, received a grant from State Farm for the Good Neighbors program that is covering $6,000 of training needs for my community emergency response team training. I actually have a scheduled training coming up in February on the 21st and 23rd for anyone in the public ages 12 and older. So that was a great benefit. On the flip side, my office is now under community development, and what was not forecast at the time the budget was done last year was that I would have administrative fees. And so those fees in the personnel side of my budget will cause me to go over about $8,000 in personnel expenditures. Nice thing about being a department of one is on materials and services, I can save enough to not go over the total budget. Again, half my budget is grant funded. Actually, this year it'll be more than half. So, generally speaking, on track for everything. Like I said, the personnel side of it's going to go up just because of the admin fees. As far as what's been accomplished so far this year, we've actually done quite a bit with the community education. We had the Preparedness Expo in Gold Beach. It was the first time that I'm aware of that we had a singular event where we invited the public to come and visit with 22 different vendors regarding preparedness. We had quite a bit of engagement. Over 250 people came to that event. We passed out emergency go bags as part of that. Had some great guest speakers. In fact, I recognize one of them here today in the crowd from Reach Out Worldwide. So that was a great opportunity there. I've been trying to make some investments in technology upgrades. I brought with me one of those ancient pieces of equipment I had in my office. So in my office, when I took over, there's a lot of things that were there that are just antiques. So I inherited 6 of these. Now, for the layperson at home, this is not a cell phone.
Sat phone.
This is a satellite phone. What's really neat is I have 6 of these in my office. And the sticker, 1999 Qualcomm Incorporated, printed USA, September 1999. Not a single one of these worked. So I made that investment in my office. Instead of buying sat phones, which these are $1,500 to $1,800 a piece, plus the contracts, which are ungodly, I purchased a satellite hotspot. So on my vehicle, I have a little device that I just flick a switch on. I can connect 6 of my cell phones. If anyone wants to tie into that. 6 cell phones can tie into it. My laptop computer, I have data, text, voice capabilities, and I can have that 24/7.
Nice.
So, and it's actually cheaper. That unit costs less than one of these. Wow. So that was a great purchase for my office. One of the things that's going to come up, my vehicle, by the time we're done with this budget year, I will be at approximately 163,000 miles of my vehicle. So it's coming due. It's already caused some issues this year. I had to take it out for service for a full week for the cab to be removed from the chassis in order to repair some mechanical issues. So it's going to be an issue coming up. I don't have any reserve funds. So again, with my office being grant funded, I can only pay for what I spend. Dollar for dollar match. I cannot put $10,000 away from the grant and just save that for 5-6 years to buy a vehicle. That has to come from general fund, and there's been no reserves for my office ever that I'm aware of. So that's the state of emergency management's budget at this point.
Jeremy, could you talk about the change you made with the tsunami sirens and the money that'll be saved on that maintenance cost?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mentioned the materials and services. I'm able to scrimp and scrape on that. One of the things that we did in August was we discontinued the use of the county tsunami sirens, the 17 sirens we had. That in itself, I had a line item for repair and maintenance of about $3,000, and each year that was blown by largely the tsunami sirens themselves. One, maybe, if I was lucky, two in a year. Now that I don't have that expense, my repair and maintenance is very minor, so I am able to save in that aspect and put that towards the personnel side of savings. There are other things that I will be able to save. So for instance, the professional services in general, large part of that is always done up front in the beginning of the year. I have the sheriff's reverse 911 system, Everbridge. I pay for that up front. That's $6,500 in July. Also pay for, of course, the satellite systems that we've talked about. So that will actually come in well under, probably about about $3,000 under the total budget when it's all said and done. So just between those two items alone, I'll be pretty close to breaking even with personnel expenditures.
Any questions, comments?
Great job putting that seminar together. I attended that on the safety. It was very well organized and much appreciated.
Well attended.
Thank you. I do plan to do that again this coming year. It will be the Saturday prior to the shakeout. I don't have that calendar in front of me, but I will do it again. I am going to go after more sponsors for it. I want to make it bigger. I think it was a great opportunity.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
And next on our agenda, Veteran Services.
My name is Julie Schmelzen. I'm the Director of Operations. Anthony Vaughty, who is our Veteran Service Officer, is off on medical leave. So I'm just going to give a brief report. They're pretty much right on track. They're at 42.6% of their spending for the year, so less than half. You will see an increase in that spending, though, or an accelerated rate at how that gets spent in the next quarter, because they do have their big events coming up. They do have a point-in-time count coming up at the end of the month, which is a little expensive. They have to put resources into that. And then they also have a resource fair in February, and then they have a stand down in June. So those are bigger projects that that department uses. So they'll have some allocations coming up for that. They've spent basically $61,000 of $143,000. Like I said, they're at 42.6%, or basically 43%. They do have a new staff person in their office. She is a part-time person. The goal is to get her trained and learning the programs so that when the veteran service officer does want to retire at some point down the road, at least she'll be well equipped and versed that she can take over the program. So that's the goal of that. But she is very helpful at getting the paperwork. She's basically doing the paperwork and doing the things that the veteran service officer does not have time to do. They do not have any grants coming in, which is a challenge for that department. That is something they're looking to hopefully increase as we move into the future, but at the current time, no additional revenues coming into the department. And that's it for that office.
Okay. Any questions of Julie? Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Chair Alcorn. I can't remember, but what percentage of their budget comes from ODVA or the state? Do you have an idea?
I do not know what percentage
I think
comes
it's,
from the state.
we do, is it 40,000 a year?
I don't have the budget in front of me. I'm not
That's
quite
okay.
sure.
I need to learn it. And the reason I asked that, Director Smelzer, is with that Measure 96, there's a lot of, the whole lottery system, there's a lot of funding coming through there. And I think there's going to be more. And so if he needs additional help, or he and his staff, we can just kind of stay on our toes and anticipate that.
Right, there has been a change in the funding this past year, and the lottery funds in the past, I don't think anything went to veteran services, but this past year it was changed where they would get more money. They'd start getting money out of the lottery fund. So hopefully that continues to increase. Hate to say it, but hopefully people get out there and buy more liquor and cigarettes and gamble, right? So
I think it was that
kinda hope so.
Citizens Initiative 96 or 97, so it's 2-3 years ago. I might have that incorrect. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. And next would be our roads division.
He's not here yet. I got an email from him this morning. He was intending on being here, so.
We don't have anyone else, do we?
Facilities, I saw him.
Facilities is here, yeah.
Okay, we can do facilities next.
You step out in the hall and grab him. If Summer's in her office, you also ask her to call Richard. Julie, would you ask Summer to call Richard and find out where he is? Right here, sir.
Hi there.
Morning.
I'll just start off with a few quick notes. First thing, good morning, Commissioners, Budget Committee. Some of you may or may not know me at this point. My name is Chet Brewer. I'm the Assistant Facilities Maintenance Director here for the county. I guess your current Facilities Maintenance Director has given me the task this morning, although I have received minimal training and knowledge required for this position. For the director in the process of his succession, I'm happy to have this opportunity to engage you all with my understandings of the budgets. Working off my notes today that I have received in the last week, I would like to briefly touch on a few points that I feel worth mentioning, that I've been made aware of. I'm sorry. Please bear with me. This is the first time I've had to do this. Although on best practices, although I was told that we have no revenue for this department, I would like to propose in the upcoming Facilities and Maintenance Director that the focus on seeking grants and or leveraging funds and partnering with other jurisdictions to become a priority. What lines have been exceeded? The unexpected replacement of the HVAC unit for this building, I believe it was, in the contingency fund. Plans and the projects that are not budgeted might need to be scheduled based on need and priority. Departmental forecasting would, I think, help keep project turnaround short and maybe more cost effective. And then just one more quick note. I feel preventative maintenance would help us in keeping costs down and damages minimal to the asset and infrastructure of the buildings that we currently own, like the current situation of the Colding building here across the street, where the resource center, I believe, is who's in there, or the title. The Veteran Services building in Brookings, with the majority of the siding missing, deferred maintenance, and the dilapidated condition of the CTR building, as I understand, located in Port Orford. And that's about all I've got for today, unfortunately.
So I do have just some other things to bring up with that, and I do see that Facilities Maintenance Director, Mr. Hanson, did come in, so maybe he can add to it. But as Mr. Brewer indicated, there was the HVAC system. That was an unexpected expense. There was also some expenses associated with a crane to get the old units off the roof that was not budgeted. So we do have several, we tend to get unexpected things because of the age of our buildings. One thing that was new this year was panic alarms, very minor, it was about $2,000, but it was an unbudgeted expense. And then just with the, Mr. Brewer mentioned the CTR building. What that is the county has transfer stations that we use for garbage and recycling. And they're in pretty bad shape. And one of them this summer, basically it's literally rotted. You could take the wood and grab it and pull it off the structure. So the board had indicated they wanted to see that building replaced. We found out about it after the budget had been approved, and staff was directed to get a design on that and get a bid. We don't have anything final yet on that to approve. But with CTR, the good thing is we do get some revenues from the transfer program. So we do have some money that can offset the cost of that. And CTR did indicate they'd be willing to work with us on that. So hopefully they're able to help fund part of that building's replacement as well. And then I know Mr. Brewer had talked about ongoing, looking at all of those facilities and starting a schedule so we don't have those big surprises moving into the future as $100,000 building or whatever it's gonna cost. We don't even know at this point what it's gonna cost.
I can't remember, what was the cost of that HVAC?
With
Do
the
you remember?
HVAC, I'm told it was around $50,000. The numbers I have in front of me are, the Harbor Trust crane rental was $400. There was the replace the annex HVAC was $19,000, and then there was another, I believe, $15,000 expense associated with that, if I'm reading this correctly.
I think Mr. Hansen's in the office, in here. If we can have him come up here and address these questions. I wasn't expecting you would be here. I'd rather have you here if you could.
I appreciate the opportunity to see Chet. I think he did very well. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The HVAC system, it got placed into my repair and maintenance budget, and Sina and I are in the process of adjusting it within the same fund to bring it down to my contingency budget. The money is in there for such an occurrence. I had adjusted the budget proposal for next year to accommodate the unit. Normally, if you buy a unit that has a warranty for 10 years, you can get 11 or 12 years out of it. This one hit the 10-year mark to date.
That was
I
a
have my,
first.
I have my mic on.
Time out.
My mic's
We
on.
gotta laugh for just a minute. That's a first in 3 years, in 1 month.
Got a tickle in my nose. I don't know what's going on.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry, Eric.
But this is just
Okay.
a journal entry adjustment to bring the one line item that I have 137% registered right now. That's a minor adjustment with a journal entry. Sina and I are working on that presently. Overall, the budget will come in a little bit below my projected, depending on what the weather throws at us the rest of this winter.
Commissioner
Depending
Pat.
what happens with the transfer facility building, right?
Pardon me?
And, but with the transfers facility, that'll throw it off though, right? That'll cause it to go over budget?
That will be in next year's budget.
Next year,
I
different
understand we're
budget,
not to
okay.
discuss that at this point.
A couple more questions I had on security. We had mentioned, you and I had spoken several times, and I had actually spoken with Mr. Brewer about it as well. The bids that we were to get for the parking lot security for the courthouse, sheriff's department, and juvenile. Have we received any of that yet?
We have not. I have hit a brick wall regarding or concerning the other departments and the feasibility of the electronic gate systems. It would not enable law enforcement to access, egress in the fashion that they need. Also, another obstacle, the ballot box, another obstacle with that is the ADA access to the courthouse, and we're waiting for the approval to redirect the traffic through the courthouse. Unfortunately, access to that parking lot will still be accessible through any door in the courthouse. We'll bring you right into that. Due to fire, life safety issues, we have to be able to egress all the exits at any time. One of those exit dumps into that parking lot.
Well, I understand that. We're talking about imminent threat, though. We're not talking about a prolonged thing. We're talking about somebody pulling up and having an imminent threat to a law enforcement, a judge, or a youth that's coming into the courthouse. So that's what the thrust behind that was. My concern is that it just got dropped at whoever's thought of doing that rather than bringing it up for another meeting. I think it's something that we needed to continue on with and investigate further, and hopefully get all the divisions on board with it so that it can work.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, besides this board, I'm also under the direction of the state courts. So I have not heard back from them regarding those projects. Those are part of the state court security plan, and I have not received direction to move forward with that from the state. That parking lot is half county, half state.
I understand from our last courthouse meeting, though, that they were on board and we're actually gonna look to help fund it, so.
That has changed.
Okay, so I wasn't made aware of that, so nobody's told me. I'd be like to be brought up to speed on that if I could. Speaking also of security, we had some issues last week about some doors being left open. You said the new electronic systems that are in here, how did that happen and how are we dealing with that?
That was an update that was to be applied to our system via the cloud from the service that we use. That system was not updated the previous years. It had been. They dropped the ball. I was able to arrive, clear the buildings, and make that adjustment with a phone call to their tech services.
So we know whose job is it to update that?
Yes, yes.
Whose job is it?
That will be our job in the future. I was not alerted of that change in their policy.
My concern is that the elections office was open, as was the clerk's office.
All of our offices were.
Thank you, sir.
momentarily.
That's all I have.
Any other questions for facilities? Sir?
Who owns the building you was talking about? I'm kind of new. I don't understand the ownership of this building. You can reach up and pull pieces off the structure.
It is a county-owned facility.
It's county. Are we concerned about liability? I mean,
extremely concerned.
Thank you.
Wow.
Extremely concerned, and that's why the board had approved it without it being budgeted. They approved the project to proceed, but like I said, we don't have a bid on it yet. But yeah, I think one of the big concerns is it'll collapse on a truck or somebody when they're out there working.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay.
I have one question for you, Commissioner Pash, regarding, there's been some discussion, I take it, about security, facility security. What was involved in that?
Basically, we're looking to find a way to fence the back parking lot, basically where the sheriff's, the side parking lot here, to fence that off and put an ingress and egress gate at both ends of that parking lot. Not only to protect the sheriff deputies coming in with someone as an initial point of contact, but also judges and youth. We could get them down into that area. The gates would close behind them. A youth wouldn't have to be seen in public, and just kind of to help protect that. And just to have a bid to close that back gate, or that back area off with some kind of a gate system at both ends.
And was there anything included regarding security at the actual courthouse? I know recently not too long ago, I was on a jury or involved in the jury selection, so I participated in that. And I was very surprised at the lack of security at that specific facility.
Yeah, we have, the board has dealt with that already. The sheriff has come over and we've talked about it, and there are plans in the very, very near future to get that door moved into the front and have it secure, have the courthouse secure.
And that would fall under facilities, correct?
Part of that would.
Regarding funding for it?
Part of that would, yes.
Okay. What would the other part be?
Sheriff's Department, they've already got a metal detector there. They would have to supply a deputy, the fence and all that kind of stuff through their budget.
Okay.
We're gaining.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because there's a strong need for that.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a strong need for that.
So if I may, where does that project stand now? The double gate, the entrance and exit. So did I hear you say the state has changed their mind on that?
Yes, I have not received authorization for any funding from them. And I have letters from the clerk elections regarding the box. There are many obstacles. It probably won't happen in the next 3 months.
I have already spoken with Gold Beach about that, and all we have to do is move that box from one side of that to the other side right under that pole and paint the sidewalk there white, and you can move the elections drop box about 12 feet. People could just still drive up and drop their election ballot in.
I got yellow paint.
White paint.
Well,
It has to be white
I'm
paint.
sorry.
I wasn't aware of
Already
that.
looked into all that, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we can move forward in the agenda. Why don't we go to parks next?
Good morning. Josh Hopkins, Curry County Parks Director. So just to go over where we're at from last year, or this 2019 December's financial statements. With our state RV license fees, currently we've received approximately $24,000 of our budgeted $70,000. These checks come in a month or two backdated type of a thing. We have no reason not to believe we'll receive the budgeted amount. Marine Board, we have a $3,300 grant that comes in from that. I submitted the paperwork for this grant in December of 2019. We should get that grant money in the next month or so. Boys Cope occupancy, currently we have $23,000 approximately that we've received of our budgeted $35,000. This amount's directly tied into the performance of our online system. We're expected to get close to our budgeted $35,000 amount. If it is less, it's only because the online system that also processes payments at Boys Cope is exceeding its amounts. Boys Cope's online reservation system, we've received approximately $33,000 of the budgeted $35,000. That's based off of December of 2019's financial report. As of this date, I did check. Currently, we've received approximately $37,000. So we've exceeded where we budgeted for this item to be already at this point. One thing for the budget committee to keep in mind is at the end of last fiscal year, we brought in $53,000 in our online reservation system. So we're definitely expecting a similar, if not a greater return in our second year of having this. Part of the issue we ran into this year is we started an online system in the middle of last fiscal year, and we're still trying to figure out what that's going to look like. If we get a couple of years of this, we'll know what the trends are, and then we can accurately budget for that moving forward. As far as Boys Cope other fees, that'd be like shower, firewood, laundry, things along those lines. We've received approximately $3,200 of the budgeted that's the wrong amount. We've received approximately $3,300 of the budgeted $8,000. I do not expect to actually meet the budgeted amount, and this is due to firewoods being processed on cards on site now. I look back over several years worth of past financials. Back in like 2015, there was a large spike in that number that came in, and since that time, we've just been putting $8,000 into that GL while we've had a steady decline in what we've been receiving. That steady decline matches up with when we started processing credit card and debit cards on site. When people do a debit and credit card transaction, those funds just go straight into Boys Cope's occupancy. It's not being separated out. So a lot of our campers now are purchasing their firewood, and or when they sign in with their debit card and they buy their tent site, they're also buying a couple of bundles of firewood. So we're not missing those funds, they're just going somewhere else these days. And we do plan to add ice before the end of the fiscal year to help support that budget line some more, but in the next budget, we'll just make sure to adjust for that. Lobster Creek's occupancy. So far, we've received approximately $3,200 of the budgeted $5,000. We have several groups coming in before the end of the fiscal year. We're expected to slightly exceed that budgeted amount line. As far as Lobster Creek utility and other fees, those are our trash that we haul out of Lobster Creek, plus our propane use at Lobster Creek. We budgeted a combined total of $1,300. When people make their payments at Lobster Creek, they generally do it via check, and they just pay the entire amount right there on the check. It created more of a processing issue when we'd have to break that out and separate it out. So what we've done this year is just put all that money into the Lobster Creek occupancy because it's completely directly tied to visitor use and it's part of the occupancy. With that, that'll be made up with if we exceed the occupancy at Lobster Creek, as well as it'll be made up with our unbudgeted interest. I checked with finance and the treasurer, and there was really no reason to continue to budget for these items in the future. General fund transfer of $12,000 to cover the director of operations salary has been received. We have unbudgeted interest amount of $652 that we've received up to this point. We get about $100 a month in interest into our fund due to the amount we have in our fund. This is unbudgeted money. Like I said, this will actually help offset the $1,300 that we're gonna not get in and separate it out for the Lobster Creek utility fee. Our restricted fund balance, we budgeted to receive $39,757. That's going to be coming over in carryover. My understanding is once the end of year financials are actually signed off on, then that money will be able to come over. We did end the year last year at a higher amount than that in the bank, so we are expected to get more than that. And then we have new revenue that's coming in through property sales. We now have a process in which we can sell property, depending on the way the property is listed. Those funds can go into the Parks Department. It's kind of treated as like an irregular source of income because it's all dependent on where those sales do. There is a lot of rules attached to those funds, what they can be used for. So we are going to get some revenue for that. We're just not sure what it's all going to come out to at that point. With that, the expected revenue amounts we currently have and where we're going, we currently have no cause for concern of not hitting our budgeted total of $209,702, and it's likely that we are going to exceed that. As far as our personal services go, for our regular salaries, just to clarify for the public, the $5,046 a month salary you guys see isn't my salary. It's the combined salary of myself plus 10% of the director of operations salary. Our irregular salary, we have 2 seasonal staff. Budget committees in the past have asked about why we look the way we look with this. Currently, it shows that we have 80% of that money that we've spent. That's because the majority of our seasonal staff's time is spent at the beginning of the fiscal year, just for clarification. With our personal services, I'm not concerned with exceeding those budgeted amounts. Material and services. The Parks Department has a lot of services that are required to keep the campgrounds running and providing a quality experience for our guests. The cost of these services vary, and there's pretty much most of them are directly tied to visitor use. Currently, we've used $41,903 of the budgeted $90,314. This is actually a $2,000 decrease from where we were this time last year. There's only 2 lines in which we've exceeded these amounts. One was property insurance. We're $170 less than what we needed to be. That number changes type of a thing, so next year we'll just plug in the new number we paid this year and hope to be in the same ballpark. And then the other line item we were over was printing cost. Going into this year, I'd been using the Board of Commissioners printer. And as such, the agreement back then was that, I could use it free of charge because I don't really use it that much. And then I switched over to the finance printer. This was because I didn't have access to the board's printer during times like BOC meetings and stuff along those lines. As it turns out, I've been charged about $377, and I'm actually being charged 1/5 of the total cost of the BOC printer. So although I only use that printer now very sporadically for scanning documents and or color copying, I'm being charged the same amount as the Commissioner's Office, County Council, Economic Development, and the commissioners and the people who are actually using it. So I went ahead and shot a request out to IT to get removed off of that printer, and I'm going to be purchasing a printer for my own office, which is going to save me a lot of money in the long run. Plus, it's going to save me time. With the way they're currently set up, if I print something, I have to come from downstairs all the way upstairs to pick it up. Those were the only 2 line items we'd gone over. As far as highlights go, we've got many small decreases across the board. Our electricity bill's down approximately $500 from last year, and our bank service fees are down by approximately $1,100. The bank service fees are down by so much just because of our online payment processing system and the way we do it with our online system now. All in all, at this point, I do not believe we will exceed any of our budgeted materials and services amount. We have a $10,000 operational contingency. And then, as of right now, no supplemental budget is required. We might do one as we close some of the current campground expansion deals we've been working on. The Parks Recreation Advisory Committee has recommended additional staff when we do expansion of these deals are completed. Basically, as we close the deals, Parks is going to require additional staff in the campgrounds that are actually working in the campgrounds to keep up the efficiency, and we will most likely need to do a supplemental budget at that time. Hopefully by that time, we've got our end-of-year financials figured out, so we'll know where we're at and everything like that. And the only thing that's probably gonna, I guess we're not really supposed to talk about next year's budget, but just whatever. As far as it goes, the only thing we're really looking to add is just the GL line for campground development. It's something the Parks and Recreation Committee had decided that we should probably do, since we have so many properties coming in that we're looking at developing. We need to set money aside to actually get studies and surveys done. Other than that, any questions?
Mr. Gold.
Just have one. Have you ever considered changing your occupation to an auctioneer? I've never seen it.
Yes.
So I just Thanks for your work. I couldn't.
Commissioner Boyce is next.
Oh, just the Parks Advisory Committee recommending additional staff, and you reminded me the other day that you budgeted for that. I think this is a budget question. It could be another time, but I was very interested in kind of your long-term outlook, your vision for, we're trying to get the Oak River places online with the Forest Service, and that's moving slow, but it is moving in a positive direction, I think. But I think additional staff, I hope is coming sooner than later.
Okay.
Do you have a vision on that?
Yeah, my intention would be that if we closed any of these deals, whether it's Social Security Bar or Elk River, obviously I'm going to need additional staff to be able to run and maintain these properties. So once those are done, we should be looking at getting more
Full-time,
staff.
do you think?
My plan would be to hire full-time. I did develop a job description for that. It wasn't going to go in front of the board until after your guys' salary study is completed.
Julie?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the property sales, which he briefly mentioned in there. So one thing the county started doing this year is, the county has all these properties. They have a lot of properties that they foreclosed upon throughout the years. And we have not been selling them because when the county sells a property, they get a very small percentage of it. They get like 6% of that because the majority of the proceeds actually go to all the special districts. So the county, there really hasn't been an incentive to sell the properties. What we did this year is we took advantage of something in the statutes that allows us to retain all those proceeds if they're going to a parks, forestry, or nature preservation type program. So we don't have a forestry program set up. We don't have a nature preserve or anything of that nature. So what we're doing is so we've started doing private sales on properties, and the proceeds from those sales will actually go to fund parks maintenance. So this spring, as a matter of fact, this week, we're going to have $10,500 actually that we can put into the parks account, and those are basically what we sold those properties for. So that will now go into parks, and that'll help with parks maintenance. And our goal is to continue to do that now until we get the majority of these properties sold.
Okay. And just real quick, of that $10,500, there is some variation of administrative fee that comes out of that?
Now that comes out of the application fee, which was already taken off. So it's $10,500 clear.
Okay. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
Good job.
Roads Department?
Not
Nope,
here.
Not yet. All right. Guess you're up.
I'll be up. I just handed out for you the topics I'll be covering. Mr. Budget Chair, I think you're going to have to share, but essentially I'll be covering GIS, solid waste, court mediation, state court security fund, which you kind of talked about in the building department, and then county council and the Brookings Head Start. You're being provided a copy there. So on the front is just the topics. Getting into the first topic on the next page is just GIS. There's a budget for that. Essentially, we contract out. Did she double side these? Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. Anyway, there's the GIS, and we contract out for this. And if you look, the interesting part is it says we're about 22% of our revenue, and then again about mostly 25% of our spending. I talked to the finance department, and on the spending number, so you see revenues at the top column and expenditures at the bottom. Our revenues really come from either grant or the IGS means an intergovernmental service account, means a transfer from all the different departments share. So that's where the revenues come from. And even though this says we're at 8.1% of our revenues or 22.6% of our revenues, we're fine on our revenues. And then I also saw here on the expenditures, again, there's intergovernmental expenditures, but primarily the professional services. We spend roughly $150 a month on this with Lane County. This says we're at 17.8% of our expenditures. We should be roughly half on both of those. So other than I talked to the finance department, they said they just hadn't reconciled up to current on these, and this says it's a preliminary draft. Really not a lot exciting out of the GIS. It's funded primarily from a grant and from transfers from other department, and our expenses are primarily to an intergovernmental agreement with Lane County to run our GIS at $150 a month, which I think would be hard for us to beat. if there's any questions on that, I'll be happy to ask. I see a quizzical look, but, okay, good. So the next one is a solid waste. Again, our solid waste revenues come from the solid waste franchise. This shows that we budgeted revenues of approximately $95,000 and we've received so far $86,000, and therefore we're at 90% of our revenues. One interesting point on the revenues on our solid waste is that, and I think you heard it again on facilities maintenance, we own the Port Orford transfer station. It's a giant building up in Port Orford, and we lease it to the transfer company, CTR, Curry Transfer and Recycling. And as the landlord, we have certain responsibilities on the building, but as the user, they do too. So what we're looking at is that building is not in good shape, and so we're gonna try to replace it. So I think the reason why our revenues are higher is we raised our franchise fee percentage that the CTR collects from its customers with waste. And so that money, even though we have more than it looks like, that money is kind of earmarked to be spent to fix that building up. So really, it looks like we're at 90% of our budget halfway through the year, but don't get too excited. That money's already going to be going to something else. And then again, looking at the expenditures, the top level with the salaries, that's pretty basic. Those are going to be at 50%, so we're fine on those. And then the bottom level, the other professional services and things, those show a different amount, and I talked to the finance and they said it just hasn't been totally reconciled yet. So really not a lot of excitement in the solid waste area either, but there is stuff happening, and I think what you'll see is in the next budget period, we're preparing a RFP to get quotes on what it's going to cost to replace that building out there, and then in the next budget period we'll probably come to you with this, have some maybe capital expenditure in this or something. Going on to the next one, unless there's any questions on the solid waste. The next one is the court mediation. This is a complete pass-through account. This is people who are in court are charged a fee from the state, and then the county council's office administers this fund more or less. And there's a mandatory mediation program for people in disputes, and the fund is paid to the court-appointed mediator. The interesting part about it here is it shows we really haven't spent anything. We do not have a court-appointed mediator, so we haven't been spending this fund. I talked to the trial court administrator, and our understanding is this money by statute is required for the court-appointed mediator, so it will just carry over for court-appointed mediator services in the future when they actually get one. The next page is the Port Orford Landfill Trust. This is also a little bit interesting. So the transfer station and the landfill are right next to each other. And if anyone's ever been up to Port Orford, I think it's on Arizona Beach. Maybe you've been out to the landfill. So when you come to the landfill, you come to the end of Arizona, I think it's Arizona, and then there's a gate which is always being overrun. There's a lot of issues with crime up in the Port Orford landfill. Things get stolen out of there, particularly recyclables to be sold or put into, the bottles. Sometimes bottles are taken out of there for deposits. But there's a lot of people trespassing there. So this landfill fund, and also, so that's the transfer station part. The landfill, when we talk about the Port Orford landfill, there's really not a Port Orford landfill anymore. It's actually it's under a consent decree, repair order, whatever you want to call it, but it's being monitored. Apparently, there was a problem with the landfill. It wasn't lined, and so the just bad liquids leached down into the soil, and a plume was traveling in a direction they didn't want it to travel, so we stopped putting landfill. That's why it's now a transfer station instead of a landfill. They take things and they take it away. They don't leave it there anymore. But it's capped, and there's wells that monitor it. And a fund was established, and that's what this fund is for. It's also restricted. So even though it has a large balance, you can't get too excited about it. The fund is if in case anything really catastrophic would happen up there. That being said, the fund is mainly spent on the engineering and the maintenance to monitor and preserve the site in its static capacity. We've been monitoring it. The plume is not going anywhere bad, so we're complying with all the rules of this, enforcement order. One thing we did talk about, though, because and we were working with the state DEQ and other agencies on this, but when we last toured it, there's two things that happen. Gorse grows quite well up there, and there's these monitoring wells all over the landfill, and the landfill's big acres. So in order to inspect the wells to make sure the plumes aren't moving and the chemical readouts are measured, you need to clear the gorse. So we used to pay parks, and now we pay roads out of this landfill trust fund to clear the gorse. We talked to the DEQ guy. The problem with the building up there is that there's a lot of wind in that area too, wind all over the county, but up there too. The building, when people dump, it holds, all the mixed waste, the mixed solid waste. But winds can get in that building and swirl around, and they carry the waste out into the monitored area. So we're going to ask the DEQ, we have to present a proposal to him, but we may be able to dip into this a little bit to help on that building, and certainly on the fence perimeter to prevent the trespassing of the landfill area. So I don't want to get anybody's hopes up too much, because we would have to get the sign off from the DEQ, but we may be able to use some of this money to work on that building and fencing project for the landfill. But really, not too much to get excited about on the landfill trust. It's very restricted, and any expense has to be approved. There's a big kind of cumbersome process because of this consent decree. Everybody's looking at how we spend that money. The next one is just the county council budget. This is a very pretty bare bones budget. There's been really no changes in our budget. And if you look, the revenues, again, that IGS means it's an intergovernmental service. We're paid out of, because the county council works for all the different departments of the county. And so the revenues that get transferred into us come from all these different departments of the county that we serve. And that's our revenues. It shows we're 25% of revenues, but I believe that's just because it's an internal accounting thing. Once they get up to the numbers, it'll show we're gonna be at 50%. And then the expenses, there's really not much to reconcile on the expenses. Those are happening. So we're really right at, again, half a year expenditures. We're right on budget. Really nothing too exciting for the county council's budget there. What else do we got? The last one, the Brookings Head Start grant. This one, all the money in this fund came from a grant. We were awarded $1.6 million to design and reconstruct an old library from SOU, and actually acquired as well, down in Brookings, to create a better classroom environment for pre-K and other people. And they're the underserved population. We're going to be having a hearing next month to take public comment, if any, on their comments on that project. But the evidence is that 92 to 94% of the population served is below the mean income level. And so we're complying with that grant. That grant is actually wrapping up. I don't believe we have any of these revenues left anymore, and we're now going to be spending. What happened on this is we had a partner in this called ORCA, Oregon Coast Community Action. And what happened was, even though we had $1.6 million on this grant, there was still a possibility that it would take more than that to make this project happen. Acquisition, architect, construction, all these things. And it actually did. So ORCA has then contributed money to the county to pay to the expenses of this grant that exceed the $1.6 million that we had. So we're into that money now, and we'll be presenting a completion report to the state and to the Board of Commissioners next month. So really, the Brookings Head Start grant should not even show up in next year's budget. So unless there's any questions on any of those, that's all I really had for the Budget Committee today.
I just have one question, going back to the Port Orford Landfill Trust.
The Landfill Trust, thank you, go ahead.
Did that money originally come from the county, that $316,000?
It just might have. So that's a good question. I've had that conversation with, I think, the fella from the DEQ, because kind of the DEQ is over this. It may have come from some grant as well. But my question was, we've been monitoring this thing for, I'm going to say, a couple of decades now, maybe close to. And so I'm familiar with consent decrees. Maybe you all have heard of them, but sometimes they happen. For instance, anyway, they're court orders to do something or refrain from doing something and to behave in a certain way and do this and do that. But usually you can come back and get them looked at to say, look, we've been complying for this consent decree. The problem that you identified that resulted in this decree no longer exists. Can we, absolve this decree and send everything back where it was? So I had that conversation with the guy at the DEQ, and he said that this decree will outlive all of us. But that being said, if ultimately I don't think it's a Budget Committee question, but if the board wants us to look at that. But really the source of funds is a question, whether this was some kind of remediation grant or whether it was some kind of penalty money on the county's part as the owner of a kind of pollution site. So,
Yeah, I just wondered where the money would go to once the time limit's up, but it sounds like
I've looked at that a little bit. I've got kind of the stiff arm, but it was really just a really a cursory inquiry. I wasn't making a hard charge at it. So, if the board really wants me to spend some time and look at that further, I just got the indication that it wouldn't be too fruitful, but willing to take another stab at it.
Well, if it's going to go in perpetuity, it's a waste of time.
That's the question too, is it's the origin of the fund, but it's also what's the origin of the consent decree. But the problem is I think the tests are showing that there's still certain materials, down in the ground. And I guess from the scientist's point of view, until those tests show there's nothing down there, which I guess the likelihood of the half-life of these chemicals, or, again, gets into science above my head there, but I don't know that those chemicals are ever going to go away, but they certainly don't seem to be moving. So that's the issue there, if this was all set up to stop things from moving. But again, it's a question of how much effort and time do we want to put into finding these answers. So, is there any other questions about any of this stuff? All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Council.
Josh, you had something? With Chair's permission.
Certainly.
Josh Hopkins, Curry County Parks. I did speak with Roadmaster Christensen. He's actually tied up into a planning applications pre-meeting situation. He was under the impression that his time to present was going to be after lunch at 1 o'clock. I think there was an updated schedule that was sent out that he may not have been aware of. So he's planning on being here at 1 o'clock, just so you guys are aware.
All right, thank you.
Director of Operations.
I was prepared to go after lunch, so I'm going to do. So I was going to work on it during my lunch hour. So, but I will try to share with you what I can. So with Director of Operations, there's several different funds and programs that I'm responsible for. One is the Board of Commissioners account, and with the Board of Commissioners account, we have a non-departmental fund. One that's called Other Requirements, one for Public Health and Human Services, the Commissioners, and then a PEG Access Fund. The non-departmental is the one that we really need to focus on today, because since the budget has been adopted, the board has approved a couple projects that did affect that non-departmental budget. One of them was our phone system crashed, so to speak, is the best way to put it. One time it meant that all 911 communications were down. Another time it meant that all saved files were deleted. So if you had, the Sheriff's Department, for example, had, or courts had a phone messages that they were saving, many of those were lost. Many department voice messages were lost as well. So we met with our provider, which is CCET, Curry Electric, and what they had recommended, they gave us two choices. One was to completely rebuild the phone system, and that cost was going to be over $100,000, or to just repair the existing phone system, which is about $57,000. The board decided to go with the repair because obviously it was unbudgeted and we didn't have the money for it. So that is an added expense that they're currently working on. Now, we did apply for a loan with the state of Oregon to see if we could get a loan for that. We're still waiting to hear back from them, but that loan would be stretched out over 5 or 10 years, depending how we structure it. So it'll be a minimal impact, but it is a big expense that we had to face and we had to worry about. Another one is the county's been, we've been struggling with how we do budgets and the transparency involved with how we do budgets. I'll give you a couple examples. The book that you use that, we reference all these tabs and where you can find stuff, that is a book that's actually generated by hand, whereas the budget itself is generated electronically. So you will see discrepancies between the two of them because of human error, right, when you enter data. So, we're like, there has to be a better way to do that. There has to be a quicker way to do that, a more efficient way, a more accurate way. So we were looking at some software. That software also allows each department to go in and monitor their budget and know where they're at in their budget. One of the challenges we have is the way our current system is set up, no department can go in at any one given time and see where they're at in their budget. And that causes a lot of problems. I mean, it often leads to overspending or probably not the best choices because we're guessing where we're at in our budgets. This software would allow us to see exactly where we're at in our budget at any given time. There's other bells and whistles with that software as well, but the board heard a presentation on that this fall, and last month they actually approved the OpenGov contract. OpenGov is a software program, so the first year we have to pay about $55,000. Minus a grant that we're looking at, it'll be about $50,000 if the grant is approved. And then next year, of course, there's expenses, and there's ongoing expenses when you get to that type of software. But the board felt it was important that the efficiencies and the accuracy was a small price to pay for that. Overall, long term, that may help with some staff savings as well, because as you get more efficient, it may affect your staffing as well. So one of the other things that was talked about in the budget or was added to the budget was we knew going into the budget that we were going to be doing a strategic plan, and there was supposed to be money put forward or put towards that in last year's or in the budget for the one we're operating under right now, and that was not included in the budget. So the entire cost of that strategic plan ends up falling on us for this budget cycle, or for this year, what we're currently in right now. The cost of that after the grants we received is about $45,000. So right now you're looking at that phone upgrade system, the OpenGov software, and then the Moss Adams strategic plan. The other thing that was added under non-departmental was a wage study. Wage studies typically cost around anywhere up to $50,000. We had an opportunity whereby if staff did the work, we could get that wage study for $5,000. So it's $5,000 that was not budgeted, but we felt the cost savings was worth it. So with that wage study, of course, depending what it finds, we may have additional costs which impact us in the future. But right now, we're trying to work through that and complete that wage study. I got a message yesterday from the state. We ran into a few snafus on that, so it may be delayed. I have to actually go through and read the email in a little more detail and make sure I understand what they're telling us. But those were basically our big changes in the non-departmental portion of the Board of Commissioners budget.
What was that total amount?
You're looking at basically 49, 94, 99,000. And again, about 24 of that was supposed to have been taken out of last year's budget, but was not, so it gets absorbed in this year's budget. We also, overall with the budget, we ran into a couple other small things, small problems we found. For example, a bill that was supposed to, a $16,000 bill that was supposed to be paid last year we found had never been paid. That was in a, in the previous budget, it was supposed to be taken out of that budget, so, you know, that ended up coming over. We were able to figure out where to adjust things to pay that, but we've run into some, with our new finance director, she's very diligent in finding errors and ways to improve, so she found a couple problems that we've had, so we've pretty much worked through all of those, but the big ones that outstand that we need to adjust or do a supplemental budget on eventually is that OpenGov system, the Moss Adams, and the wage study.
Brad?
Yes, sir.
Didn't I read the finance director resigned?
The finance
I
director.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question. My apologies.
I said I thought I read someplace where the finance director resigned effective today.
Yes, the finance director has resigned, so I am going to be actually presenting the finance budget today.
Did you have another one? I'm sorry.
No, I was just curious. I read someplace, and I may be wrong, under state law, if you don't have a finance director, the responsibility shifts to the clerk's office. Am I wrong about that?
Clerk Colin might have spoke to you about that because that was something.
No, I read that someplace when I.
Sure. The way it works in our system is because I am her supervisor, I resume her responsibilities as the supervisor. So.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Chair Alcorn. You mentioned the 16,000. Is it okay to ask for detail on that? Because I'm not aware of that.
16,000?
You just said a 16,000 bill that wasn't paid.
Oh, yeah, I believe that was the AOC bill.
Yeah.
And is there any other like that, similar to that, that we should be aware of or that you recently discovered? Or?
No, there were small things or errors or concerns, and they've all been addressed. So.
Is that AOCC or AOC?
AOC.
Okay.
Association of Oregon Counties.
That was budgeted, though. I think you said it wasn't budgeted.
No, if I remember correctly, what happened is there was a resolution passed that we would pay the bill. Apparently, we were challenged. This is before I got here, so I'm going off of what I'm told. I'm told that we challenged a charge or a membership, and finally the board agreed to pay it, and the previous board, or maybe it was even January of last year, I'm not sure, passed a resolution saying that we would pay the money. However, it was never then put into the budget. It was never taken out. Okay. So because it was not taken out last year, those monies were spent on something else. Well, we still have the bill out there, so we had to figure out a way to pay it.
Thank you. If
Just
something
one
else
more
comes
comment.
up, I'd sure like to, I know you'll notify us, so. Before the question, if I may, Mr. Chair, we have Brookings Mayor Jake Pieper is in the audience. Just wanted to recognize him, appreciate very much him being here to our Budget Committee meeting today. My apologies.
No, I was going to say that particular issue I talked about state law. That's a statute, state statute.
No, it basically says the county needs a fiscal officer is what they call it. So they don't call it a finance director, it's called a fiscal officer. And again, we'll just work with the clerk on that, but it says it can be the county accountant or the clerk, I believe. It's either or. So anyway, and then under our job description and ordinances for the director of operations, I believe it says that our director of operations is our budget officer.
That's correct.
So the term fiscal officer in the statute is, I think it mainly deals with the signing of warrants. It's a technical term as far as payments of county monies. So I've talked to the clerk about it, and yeah, she, I think, doesn't feel like she has the budget to assume those roles. So, but yeah, it would fall on her by law. So I think if there's going to be, maybe she would. Has she talked yet today to the clerk?
She has, yes.
Okay, I don't know. It might have been a good question for her while she was
Yeah, I
here.
didn't realize that it's going to come up.
Yeah.
I just read, I read about the resignation, did a little research, and that statute popped up.
Yep, and again, it's an odd
Yes.
phrase, fiscal officer versus county accountant.
That's something that should be brought to our attention.
Yep.
That we should be knowledgeable of.
Well, I think it would, and if the clerk has to hire someone to do that or take on additional responsibilities or something, that would probably affect her budget, so.
Yeah, I'm not advocating that.
Yeah,
I just want
okay.
everybody to be
Yeah.
aware.
Yeah.
Okay, so another part of the Board of Commissioners budget is the Public Health and Human Services. Currently, well, the way state law is set up is that you have local public health authority to provide public health services, and the county has to have a local public health administrator. So what happens in your smaller counties is usually county government pays a portion of a local public health administrator's salary. We currently we were paying 25% of the administrator's salary. So that meant the public health administrator has to be a county employee. So that meant that we were paying 25% of a gentleman's salary, and that was considered the county contribution or the county employee. And then he was employed 75% by Curry Community Health. He resigned, and due to some changes, I ended up becoming the interim public health administrator. And so I've been doing that for about 3 months now. And so one change we saw is those funds that would typically go to his salary now were directed to pay for my salary. Just last week, the board did appoint somebody new as the local public health administrator, so we're going to see a change yet. And instead of having that person at 25%, that person is going to be full-time. But before that sounds drastic, let me just add that there was we had an employee that was working with public health, basically someone who does all our, she was doing our vital statistics and our environmental health records and communicating with environmental health, which is a Curry Community Health program and employees. And so she resigned effective the end of the month, January 31st. So the proceeds from, or the monies that were for that salary go, plus the local public health 25% contribution will pay for the public health administrator's salary. That helps us also have better oversight on some of the programs. For example, there are some things right now in the public health realm that we weren't doing that will now allow us to address those and take those in-house. One of them being what they call a local public health modernization plan. That's a way where you work as a big region to get funds to address some issues. And we, because that was through CCH and the 25% of this employee, we were not addressing that. Now we will be with this employee. So there's some things, and we get money for that, which also helps offset that employee's salary. So overall, we had to take that position, or we took that position in-house, and some funds associated with that, but we'll also be able to do more, and it'll help us prepare and have better oversight as we progress with our contract with CCH on public health services. So I don't know how much to go into, but if you follow the news, we're in litigation right now, or I shouldn't say litigation, but we're actually challenging CCH's decision to have the county take back public health services. So by making a full-time public health administrator, it helps us prepare, so if that ever does happen, we have somebody who's very knowledgeable of all those programs and can help us with that transition when and if it happens.
Was she a former employee?
The person that was hired as the local public health administrator worked for Curry County at one time, and then she went to work for Curry Community Health, running their public health emergency management program, their FEP program, and now she'll be coming back to the county.
Great.
So that's it for the Board of Commissioners.
Commissioner Boyce had a question. What program did she run again?
It's called the FEP. It's PHEP. It's the
yeah.
Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program.
Thank you very much.
Then we move on to the Director of Operations, or the fund that I'm responsible for, and that is the Economic Development Fund. And Summer Madison, who is our Economic Development Coordinator, was going to be here after lunch to share some information with you on that, but I can talk about it briefly. So that fund is, we get lottery dollars to do economic development in the county, and those lottery dollars pay for staff's salary and any programs that they do. So so far we're good on that. The money, we're right on track with it. But one thing that did happen in the economic development program is the voters approved in May a transient lodging tax. And the Citizen Revenue Task Force that had proposed that to the board had predicted these great proceeds. And they had also assumed that the state was going to collect that tax for us. Well, the state does not collect that tax for us. So we had to go and hire someone to actually collect that tax for us. Also, the proceeds are not as expected. We've been collecting just one quarter. It was from October to December, and now those taxes are now due that they collected are now due to the county by the end of January. So far, she's collected several $1,000s, but the portion that the county actually retains that has been collected so far is $659. So we're really hoping that steps up. It's a slow month. A lot of people have not registered yet because it is a new program. It's also our slowest month on the books, so we did not expect a lot of money to come in this quarter. Now, I will say, in addition to that money that goes towards her salary, a good chunk also goes to the sheriff. So a portion of those proceeds do go to the sheriff's office, and that's up to a couple $1,000s. I don't know the number offhand, but so we're really hoping that the next quarter and then the second quarter of the year, which will be our third fiscal quarter or fourth fiscal quarter, actually has a significant increase in visitor stays. So. Also under the Economic Development Program, after the budget was adopted, the board implemented a business licensing program. And that program is that every business that is in the unincorporated area of the counties has to register with the county. They have to obtain a business license. Business license is a minimal fee. It's like $100, I think. And so far, I think we have about 400 businesses that we're working with to try and get that registration fee. Out of that, of course, we do pay staff salary to administer that. And then the remainder of that also goes for working with the businesses to try and do some universal marketing or some asset mapping of them, like what are our strengths? What do we have the most businesses? Where are we lacking businesses? So we know what to attract or target for development. It also helps us go out and make sure that we know what's associated with those businesses. As an example, if one of them were to start a big fire, do we know what's involved with that business? Do we know if there's chemicals in there and what type of response we have to have with that business? So there's a lot involved with that program, but it was implemented after the budget was adopted. Community Development Fund is interesting, and you've heard a little bit of talk about that, but there's two things. There's the Community Development Fund, and then there's also the Community Development Planning Fund. So I'm just going to talk about, and there's a Surveyor's Fund, Code Enforcement Fund. I'm going to roll all those together as I talk about this, but what the board did in spring is they felt there were too many chiefs. So is there a way to improve functions where you don't have quite as much oversight and you have more people working and doing the programming? And then also, was there a way to improve customer service? And so what they did is they created the new Community Development Department. And what the Community Development Department now consists of is your planning department, your building safety department, your surveying department, your code enforcement department, your parks department, your emergency management department, and your economic development department.
Good job.
So instead of having individual departments, now you have divisions within a community development department. Part of me is the community development director. So when you hear people say, oh, that I now have to pay into the community development director's salary, just so you know, that was all done before this year's budget. However, when that budget was prepared, there were errors in that budget, and it did not give the allocations where it would show that what percentage is going to be. Likewise, there's administrative staff that they're all sharing now, and that wasn't allocated correctly with the last budget either. So those are things that now that we're doing the mid-year budgets, people are saying, oh my God, they didn't take out that, I'm gonna have to do a supplemental, I'm gonna have to add that expense in. So we will see some changes and some transfers with that, but that's nothing new with this budget. It was just some mistakes or omissions, I guess, when the budget was adopted in June. So with those programs, so what we have is we have the planning program, And with planning, they're doing really good. They're fully staffed right now. You have a community development or planning director, I'm sorry. She was hired as a director before the merge took, so she's still considered a director. And we have a planner, and then there's office staff that they share with other people, and they're right on target. They're actually doing really good. They have been able to process permits quicker. They're more responsive. They've got big projects. I really think overall that the public has gained or restored faith in that department. So their revenues are actually doing really good. They're right on target with everything. There's no concerns with that department. When you look at the building safety department, their revenues are up quite a bit. They actually, again, I don't have everything in front of me because I was going to talk about this after lunch, but let me just see if I have it. But their revenues, for example, they looked at homes are almost double what they were a year ago in the last year when they were doing stuff. So they're actually seeing a lot of activity. I think that has a lot to do with the public regaining faith in the department. We've changed some things in that department to make it more efficient, and we can respond quicker. I think it has a lot to do with the changes in planning. And then with code enforcement, you have a code enforcement guy going out there and he's finding these violations and he's telling them, you got to get in there and get your permit. And as you know, that also then trickles down and affects our assessments as well. But with building safety, real quick, they have their revenues are up just since the beginning of this fiscal year. They're up $29,000 already, which is a lot for our county. So in some counties that's not much, but for us it is. So the average over the last 7 years for that department is $310,000 in a year in revenues, and they're going to exceed that already. They're already at 178. But with those increased revenues, we've also been doing more. So we put a young man down there to be a trainee because we did need some help. We did not want to go out and hire a full-time person to do that just yet. We also have a challenge where when you hire from the outside, those employees don't always stick around very long. So what we wanted to do was grow our own. So what we did was we had an agreement with Josephine County where they would help pay for the training for a young man, and he is now being trained and taking the courses so that he can eventually become the deputy building official, so that we can do even more. That has also allowed us to take more of the permits and the programming in-house. The current building inspector is actually taking electrical training courses right now so that he can run the electric program in-house, because right now what we do is we contract that out to the state, and then the state gets those revenues. And so, and people also have to wait then for a lot of those inspections. So just basically looking how we can overall streamline things, and it's going pretty good in there. One of the employees that's down there, we had an administrative assistant that was formerly shared by planning and building safety. She's now really functioning as a office manager over all 7 of those departments. So we're going to have to do something and adjust that salary. But we're holding off until after that wage study is done so we know what type of impact that will have. As far as the code enforcement side of things, code enforcement is new to the county. It was fall of 2018 that it was approved, and it was approved at less than part-time or less than half-time. That program has been overwhelmingly successful as far as addressing complaints. Most of the complaints are in the southern end of the county. They're usually associated with sanitary issues, a lot of dog issues, a lot of dog complaints. The previous the budget had talked about adding another person at halftime. The board, after the budget was adopted, said this really needs to be a full-time position. So that is something new that you're going to see. Associated with the salary for that position also comes equipment. You need a vehicle, you need a dog cage, you need some of that other stuff. Those expenses are going to get pretty expensive. We're going to try and hold off what we can until after the next budget, but you will see some supplemental in the supplemental. You will see a request to fund that portion of the salary that's not covered, and then to fund some of those expenses. One thing that also was not anticipated is we did budget for cleanups. When you have, a lot of times we'll have transient camps, and they'll go in and they'll trash a place. I can't think of a more politically correct word for that, but they literally go in and they trash a place. There's laws involved with that. You can't just clean it up and throw it out. You have to clean it up. You have to pay somebody to clean it up. And then you have to store it, and you have to store it a certain period of time before you can actually get rid of it. So those are all costs that the county has to incur. And you don't recoup those costs. So that's something that we know that we're going to have to do a supplemental budget on that, because we've had far more to clean up than we had anticipated. But that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing, because the more properties we clean up, that has a real impact on quality of life, and whether or not somebody wants to buy a property or make improvements in their property. It has an impact on tourism. So there's a lot associated with that. They do issue citations through that program. However, the revenues or the proceeds from those citations do not go directly into that program itself. So there is a way that citations have to be distributed. So it's not like he issues a $400 citation and he sees $400 come into his budget. It doesn't work that way. But overall, those funds do help with the overall budget and the big picture. So you heard from Parks and you heard from Emergency Management. The other one I'll talk about, not part of the Community Development Department, but is Information Technology. We're probably going to exceed that budget. Currently, we no longer have an IT department, so we contract for those services. Our budget is $160,000. That has been costing us anywhere from $12,000 to $16,000 a month. So worst case scenario, we would exceed the budget maybe by $32,000. We're really trying not to. The people that provide that service to us have been really good about helping us learn where we can cut costs. We've been working with departments, try not to call the IT company for every little thing. Try and fix it in-house, or try and find someone in your department that is trained and maybe can address some of these issues. So the departments have been doing really good, and we've seen improvement on that. So I'm hoping that we just stay on track with that budget by the time we're at the end of the year. County surveyor was put into the Community Development Department this past spring. And previously what we had is years ago, we had an elected position. It was a county surveyor. And then about 5 years or so ago, they made that an appointed position. Well, the appointed surveyor resigned. So what we did was we ended up contracting out for those services. And those are expected to actually save us money in the long run. And what we did was we took the part-time employee that was administration to the surveyor's office and put her in that Community Development Department. So now you have four divisions actually paying into her salary: planning, building safety, code enforcement, and surveying, because those are the four that are using her services. But in the long run, that helps, just makes us more efficient, where you don't have one person just doing one program. You're actually taking the money and you're having more work done. And it becomes more efficient, and we're getting better customer service out of that as well. So the next one I can move on to would be the finance department. And I was gonna just explain that our finance director did resign. Her last day was today. So we have to discuss yet, what we're gonna do moving forward. We have been discussing some options already. One is not replacing the position and possibly looking at contracting for some of the services that would normally be done by a finance director. And those will be supplemental budgets. So, for example, we're looking at contracting with someone to do help us through the budget, which would be at an expense. We are considering possibly how we move forward. Again, I can't talk about next year, but just with this year, we know that we're going to have to do some contracted services to get us through to the end of the year. Due to the number of finance directors we've had in that department, it is my recommendation as staff not to put another finance director in there. I was looking at the reports done by past task force, and we've had committees and task force look at how to save money and what we can do to be more efficient. And one of the recommendations they've had is have an administrative services department. Instead of having, a finance department of 3 people, maybe they just become part of some larger administrative services department which would be, in our county, be absorbed into like the Board of Commissioners office. So we've got a lot to talk about we're just beginning to have those conversations, but we will be seeing some changes on that, and that will affect the budget.
Julie, I'm going to interrupt you here because we're past the noon hour. Maybe we can pick up where we leave off.
I just have one thing to add.
Sure.
And then we'll be done, okay? And that is in
Nice try.
in the finance department, we have a woman there that is extremely overworked. She has been. It's, you know, she's not able to get things out on time because of the amount of work she's doing. Again, we're not, we do a lot by hand yet in our county. So the board did approve getting her some help in there, and that person actually started this week. So that'll be a minor adjustment we're gonna have as well.
Don't you just have a little bit more of you left? We could.
I don't know, I think I got about 4 hats on, but you know, I'm good with that. I can handle it. But now I'm done, that's all I have, so.
Okay. Any questions? Comments?
I was hoping we could get Mr. Clay in, but I got an extra sandwich in the fridge for you. If you stay. Okay.
So we usually take an hour.
Mayor Pieper, Brookings, did you have anything you wanted to add? Thanks again for being here.
We usually take an hour.
Yeah.
So we'll reconvene at 1:10.
Good. All right. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
If yours is the next big idea and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the Tourism Studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is. And what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes. But you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch three-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves in the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
Wildfire, as everyone knows, has emerged as one of the big major issues affecting Oregon and, for that matter, all western states. A real actionable response that's including how do we fight fire, actively managing our forests so that we don't have the fuels out there, and how are we going to protect communities from smoke exposures. The council is really set up to have a comprehensive strategy that's based on action and based on protecting our communities.
The primary focus we as a board have come through with is that in researching the policies for fire management, yes, prescribed fire has its place on the landscape, but not during fire season. We, as a county, passed a proclamation that says once the state fire marshal declares fire season, it'll be nothing but full suppression, and recently took a resolution to the National Association of Counties, essentially says that they support coordination between agencies and local governments for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens regarding fire. Prescribed fire, fire season, anything that affects our citizens.
This is Lily Morgan from Josephine County, and we are at the Rogue Leadership Forum today, looking at the best possible partnerships that we can come up with to fight the fire issues and the smoke issues that we're facing in Southwest Oregon. So looking forward to coming up with solutions and the partnerships to get the job done so we don't face what we have the last few years with catastrophic fires and smoke that invades our communities for months to come. So this is a good opportunity, and we hope to be successful in the outcome.
Seeing so many people come together has really been exciting for me because there's a lot of expertise, there's a lot of resources, and as we attempt to do a shared stewardship approach to keeping people safe, it's really important that we get together. So my name is Merv George Jr., and I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. The first things is making sure to get fires out if they're threatening life and property. The second thing that I'm going to focus in on is when it's safe to do so, to put some fire on the landscape when it's cooler and not during fire season, to reduce these same fuels that are giving us so much fits during the fire season.
Bob Horton, I'm the Fire Chief of Jackson County Fire District 3 in Southern Oregon. The challenges that are facing us in terms of the mega fires and the wildfires that we've been experiencing out in this valley, particularly in the last couple of years, but across the state and across the region, incredibly concerning to us in the fire community, those in our communities in general, our constituents and our patrons are extremely concerned, as they ought to be. And really the takeaway from the work that's being done now is this is an extraordinary collaboration of dozens on dozens of interested stakeholder groups who are coming together with a common purpose. It's really an inspiring showing of humanity to not only be able to provide for a greater quality of life for our people, but to be strong stewards of our land so that our future for us and generations to come is incredibly bright.
Very pressing issue. It's bearing down on us. Fire season is approaching, and I am really interested in preventing my home and other homes in my community from being impacted by wildfire, specifically from being burnt down. That's my main reason for being involved.
Quite a collaboration of folks. We're here looking for practical solutions to help us unravel some of the issues surrounding wildfires today here in the state of Oregon. And my focus really is on planning for large wildfire events in advance of their occurrence. That way, when they do occur, we can respond more appropriately to those situations.
Well, I just think it's grand if all of the people all over the state have come together today to be concerned about water. It just warms my heart because I know that they really will leave here today feeling more impressed about the water, because I have told them that we're all born in water. We cannot live without it. It's our job to take care of it, stop the garbage in the rivers and streams and oceans, because there's life in that water, and it's our job to keep it clean for them. Because we cannot live on this planet without the animal kingdom. I was in Ohio at the Ohio River with Dr. Emoto, the Japanese scientist who had proven water could heal. He and I stood on the riverbank and blessed the Ohio River that they had us come to do. And I prayed that God has still kept the river good for them over there. We were taught when we were little that prayer works. You too will remember your prayers because they work. It has nothing to do with religion or church.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
Well, we're here with Commissioner Colleen Roberts
for the monthly meeting of the ONC board, which Colleen sits on. Colleen, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about your mission and what you guys discuss at these monthly meetings?
Sure. Well, our ONC board is of the 18 counties in Oregon that have the ONC lands on their BLM federal lands. And we discuss everything about these lands. The ONC Act of 1937 is our primary focus, how the decisions that these lands get managed, do they match up with the congressional mandate of the ONC Act, and how we can better educate and help administer the care of these lands for the health and safety and welfare of the citizens that we represent.
I would imagine you discuss things like how many board feet can be taken out of the forest in different areas. Are these things that come up each month?
Yes, well, harvest timber management is a big part of our conversation, as is lately the fire issues.
We're here today with Commissioner Dan DeYoung of Josephine County. Dan, you have an important role on the ONC Lands Board, and we're here in beautiful Gold Beach, Oregon, discussing the monthly matters of ONC. What was your main focus at this meeting?
Today we had a really good sit down with two representatives from the BLM. And we work with BLM because actually the ONC lands are on BLM lands, and that's our concern. Mainly the ONC Board of Directors, which is a membership from all 18 counties. We always meet, I think it's bi-monthly, and then we have an annual meeting. And it's basically to discuss what the sign says, forest health, jobs, and county services. That the money coming from the sale of timber on ONC lands goes through the federal government. They take their share out of it and then return it back to the counties to be used for basically jobs, county services. A lot of county services, such as law enforcement, schools. There's just an awful lot of things that these individual counties can use the money for. But it's from the sale of timber on the ONC lands. ONC lands goes way back to 1937 with the ONC 1937 ONC Congressional Act and the ONC Act of 1937. We're just trying to get back to the actual verbiage and the language that's in that act. It's surprising to us how we can ignore a congressional act. That remains to be answered by the federal government, but that's what we want to get back to.
Hi there, I'm Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto. I'm a member of the ONC board and also the chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties. And in Tillamook County, it's very important that we consider natural resource-based economies. So in Tillamook County, we have lots of dairy. I'm sure you're familiar with Tillamook Creamery, but also lots of state and federal timberlands. When it comes to federal timberlands in particular, everyone thinks that we're looking at timber revenue. And that's very important, but one side of the coin that people don't consider are the family wage jobs that come with all timber. It's not just the timber receipts that we get. These are family wage jobs, these are fully benefited jobs. Whereas on the tourism side, the income is about a third of what we would consider a family wage job, and there are also no benefits with those. So timber receipts are very important, but it's the family wage jobs that they create at the same time, which are very important to counties like Tillamook.
Perfect. Keeping it real for families in Tillamook County.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are here with County Commissioner Bob Main from Coos County, Oregon. And we've had the monthly meeting of ONC lands here. And Mr. Main, Commissioner Main, I should say, tell us what your role is, Bob, on the ONC Lands Board.
I am the Vice President of the ONC Association of Oregon Sea Counties.
Okay.
Consists of 18 ONC counties, Western Oregon counties.
Okay.
And we make sure that the counties receive their payments from those ONC lands that Congress designated for the sole purpose of those 18 ONC counties. For no other reason, Congress decided that when they took back the lands and took them off the tax roll, that the county should benefit from the harvest of those lands. Without that, the tax rates, like in my county, would be 2 to 3 times higher.
Oh, okay. So you help keep the tax rates down in your county by utilizing the full function of this congressional act.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are here with Oregon Curry County Commissioner Court Boyce. Thank you so much for taking a moment to speak with us.
Well, thank you. With the natural resource base that this state has, I've spent or spending better than half of my time as a county commissioner on those issues: fire management, public lands management, certainly natural resources, all of those. And so I'm often reminded that 250 years ago, the generations that came before us, when they got here to Oregon, include Northern California, they found the greatest forest in all of North America, that produce the greatest watersheds, that produce the most pristine rivers, that give us the most, the highest quality of salmon and steelhead runs, arguably on the planet.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters? 5 letters. Just think about, what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
That way we can get it all the way off the road. Sounds good.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Now we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. our message. Federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
Did you see Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one who needs help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections. Counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities, and the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
When a large forest fire breaks out, potentially threatening lives, homes, wildlife, and thousands of acres of forest land, the news coverage is immediate and consistent. Interviews with homeowners, firefighters, medical aid providers, and others continues nonstop until the fire is sufficiently contained. At that point, the cameras are turned off, the interviews are over, and it's on to the next event. The images of catastrophic wildfire, with its ferocity and devastating impact on the land, hold the interest and attention of the public. However, there is an equally important story occurring on that same landscape after the fire is contained, mopped up, and finally declared out that the public seldom sees. The frequency and size of these mega fires on federal forest land has increased significantly over the last few decades. All too often, what is left in their wake is a vast sea of dead, charred trees. Unfortunately, because of a maze of confusing and often contradictory rules and regulations, very little rehabilitation or reforestation occurs after these fires. The result of this neglect in many cases is as devastating as the fire itself. Here's why. Even in the hottest, severe fires, most of the dead trees remain standing, the wood not damaged by the fire, still suitable and valuable for lumber. But as the insects move in, within months, the dead and dying trees begin to deteriorate and decompose. Eventually, all of the economic value is lost. What is not removed will decay, add fuel to an even greater future fire threat, and in the process, release the greenhouse gases that the trees gathered and stored during the centuries they were alive. When all of the trees across the tens of thousands of acres burned in each of these megafires are left to rot, millions of tons of destructive greenhouse gases are released into the upper atmosphere. These are the same volatile organic compounds that have been identified as some of the most damaging elements we can put into our air. In contrast, trees harvested soon after the fire is out drive the economic engine that employs people, provides revenue for the critical restoration and reforestation, and can provide dollars for local government services such as schools, public safety, health and social services, libraries, and good roads. When the harvested trees are made into lumber for homes, construction, and furniture, the carbon remains in storage instead of going up into the atmosphere. Dead and dying timber becomes a magnet for insect infestation. These infestations can be so large that they do not end with the burned forest, but progress into the surrounding green forest, killing even more trees, which then become even more fodder for the next fire. In absence of prompt active management and reforestation, invasive brush can dominate the landscape. That brush can retard and even prohibit the growth of the new forest and compound the fuel load for a future fire. When that fire does occur, the dense brush and dead, fallen trees on the ground create a firestorm, burning hotter and even more damaging to the soil than the first fire. These damaged soils can repel water, lack the nutrients and organic matter needed by seedlings, and hinder the ability of new trees to grow. While megafires can be so devastating, not all fires are bad. When the conditions are right, fire has been used for decades as an effective way to reduce fuels on the forest floor, burn back brush and dead grass to stimulate the new growth desired by wildlife, thinning out the younger, overstocked areas of our forests, and maintain the fire resiliency we seek. Controlled burning can be a powerful and useful tool, used in the right places, at the right time, by the professionals we charge with managing these.
Yeah, now we're on, yeah.
Okay.
No, he had asked already, and I said we're
All right, we are on the record. We're going to reconvene at 1:10 in the afternoon. And we are on the record with the Roads Division. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners and Budget Committee. We got 9 budgets, and I'll just start first with the road budget. And the road budget is currently running 14% under this part of the fiscal year at 50% budget. We're at 36%. We have 22 full-time employees. We have 2 openings that I haven't filled yet and may not fill. We have 5 part-time employees. We paved 3.85 miles of roads in Central County this year at $918,000, in which we're being reimbursed $843,000 through state funds, and that's going to be coming into our revenue, and that was projected. We chip sealed 18 miles of roads with our in-house team at $790,000. That came out real well. We striped approximately 170 miles of roads for $198,000. That work's completed as well. We purchased approximately $850,000 of heavy equipment so far this year. We're waiting for delivery of 2 of those items, which is oil distributor and a truck and transfer. So we bought a chip spreader this year, oil distributor, 5 pickup trucks, and a truck and transfer. We still need to purchase a shop truck with a crane box and a crane, an 8,000 gallon oil tank for the yard for storage of road oils, and night lights and equipment for working at nighttime. So we're looking good. We worked on $2.1 million of unscheduled FEMA projects this year, and half of that work was completed in-house, and we're going to see additional revenue come in from that. So out of that money, that work we did, we'll get recouped 75% of those costs, and that'll come in as revenue that was not forecast. So we may get another $400,000 in revenue this fiscal year, but the other half of those FEMA projects are going to be contracted out this summer. They're under engineering right now, and those monies will come in next fiscal year for those projects. But because of the FEMA projects, we're running a little over budget on engineering, but I'm able to absorb it in other areas in our budget. Currently, we're expecting revenues to be approximately $1.5 million higher this year than we had projected. This week, AOC sent me an email letting us know that SRS funds, we're going to receive $1.1 million in SRS funds. And along with those FEMA funds that are coming in, plus we sold $80,000 worth of equipment this year that we weren't expecting to get so much money. And I expect to be selling about another $20,000 of equipment in the next month. Excuse me. Overall, we expect expenditures for staffing and personal service to come under, as we haven't filled those 2 positions. Our overtime is 10% over. A lot of that has to do, we were short-staffed in our front office, and our office manager had to work a lot of overtime. These FEMA projects are very administrative heavy with paperwork, and the front office took care of that, but we're only 10% over on our overall budget, but again, FEMA's reimbursing us 75% of that. One of my other issues with personal services is that our shop foreman's retiring here May 31st, and it's a very technical position, and we do a lot of outside contract work for other agencies. Plus, this person takes care of our tower sites, or the maintenance. And so what I'm going to request is that we hire a third mechanic to start cross-training. So we have this 3 months of cross-training before our shop foreman retires here on May 31st. Overall, we expect material and services expenditures in the road department to be in line within budget, with some items going over, some items going under, as I said when I first started. Overall, our CIP project for capital improvements will be about $250,000 under budget. I mean, we're going to save about $250,000. We had a big project we were going to do, and I gave it a second look, and I decided not to go forward with that project. Instead, move the $250,000 towards the FEMA projects next fiscal year. So the only really difference between this year's budget and last year's is we're receiving an extra, $1.5 million in revenue, which is huge. So there'll be $1.5 million less we'll need from the road fund this year. The $2.1 million worth of FEMA projects has had a huge impact on our workload, and we've absorbed it, but one of the impacts were we weren't able to complete our spring mowing last year, and we're kind of running back in our mowing programs, but things are going well. We're catching up. We're adhering to the overall road budget. We're not expecting any need of supplemental budgets. We have an operating contingency of $250,000, and we have a reserve fund for future projects, so we're looking good.
Good. A question regarding personnel. You said there's 2 positions that you haven't filled. Are they positions that you are not necessary to fill, or just not qualified people?
It's these are new positions that I asked for because it was difficult to get temporary laborers in our for our chip seal programs, flaggers, and right now we're kind of out of the construction season, and we're trying to do some training and see what we can do to maybe not fill those positions.
Okay.
And we're going to make a decision on that probably around April. And if we decide to fill those positions, it'll be for June when we start our chip seal programs.
Just one question about your chip sealer and the new equipment. Have you been able to save money because of this new equipment, as well as manpower?
Not as of yet. We have just purchased this equipment, and it has not been. This next summer will be starting in June.
That's when you'll notice.
That's when we'll notice that. Okay. And so I think of all the budgets, my biggest concerns is the towers budget, and this one is underfunded. There's no revenue, and there's a lot of repairs that are yet to be made. This year, in last fiscal year, we're finishing up this fiscal year, is the microwave dish replacement project, but also the the radio, the RF portion of the project. That was projected to be $2 million. That still needs to be completed, and there's still funds for that. They have the courthouse console system, and these are old prices. These are 2017 prices, so they're probably a little higher. It was $650,000 for the courthouse console system, and there's still possibly the need of 2 additional towers due to broadbanding. So I mean, I'm really concerned about this because it's the backbone of the emergency system, and I've reached out to Dave Wireless, and I would like to try to do a board workshop and look at having Dave Wireless help manage all the contracts for the towers, so we could start getting revenue from all the end users that are appropriate for running their space in the towers. And it's something that's been talked about for years and years and years. And we're short-staffed, overworked, and Day Wireless, this is what they do. And I would like to try to, in February, do a workshop and try to bring Day Wireless aboard. And there's been a lost revenue over all these years from not managing these agreements, bringing them up to where they need to be. And I also would like to look at the revenue. You know, this last year we ran out of Title III funds, which always in the past had subsidized the towers, and those funds ran out this last year. And this year we used the general fund dollars to subsidize the tower cost. And that's just for operation and maintenance. And I understand that the county's is receiving marijuana taxes now, and you know, I would like for the budget committee to consider maybe utilizing the marijuana tax to help fund these tower repairs and operations and maintenance in the future. But this year we're looking okay, but there's just no money on the horizon other than general fund or road funds to take care of these towers as it sits.
If we were to have Day Wireless come in, do you think they could manage the whole thing a lot more efficiently as far as coming up with funds to replace these in the future and that sort of thing? Because I think that's basically what's happened here. We got caught with our pants down because nothing had been done in the past to take care of maintenance and
I agree. I kind of think it would be the road department would still help. We would still help take care of the facilities and with maintenance and repairs. And what I would look at is, within this presentation with Day Wireless, is the cost for them to update all our contracts with all the other agencies. And I would also look at, there's not another road department in the country that manages towers. It's not public works item, it's emergency services item. And so I would be looking to maybe it going to emergency services on Jeremy Dumeier. That's where Office of Emergency Management, OEM grants are available for maintenance and repairs of towers. And it runs in under the emergency services wheelhouse. And I think between emergency services, Day Wireless, and the road department working together, we could properly manage these towers.
I think Commissioner Goldstill.
Are there grants out there available? Because we're going to broadband. We've got all these entities like our small fire departments, et cetera, using these towers. Plus we've got companies using them. It just seems to me, why should the county be responsible for all that? I mean, we're talking millions of dollars.
Right. Well, when there was Title III funds, you know, the county could absorb all that, but those are gone. And so we can't absorb that anymore. And yeah, I went to some training OEM with Emergency Services, Jeremy Dumeier this year. Mm-hmm. And there's small grants available for projects under $100,000 because there's only a few $1 million and you want to spread the money throughout all the counties in the state. So they won't fund like a microwave dish project where you're asking for $800,000. But if you're asking for money for replacing the generators, replacing the AC units, repairing some part of that facility, and I believe Emergency Services is working on some of these grants, and they're actually working on, I believe, is for a staff person for the next couple of years as part of one of these grants for $100,000. And so that's available. And I don't know of any grants available for the larger projects.
Well, I'm just hoping this is part of our strategic plan because we need to look to the future, not just immediate.
And Day Wireless would be, I think, the best for that. This is what they do with other agencies, and it's something that I talked with Day Wireless that was proposed to the county, I believe, back in 2010, 11, so 9-10 years ago to do this, and we didn't take them up on that, and here we are, and still nothing's really been happening. So there's been a lot of money lost, or funds lost over the years, and you know, I've been here 2 years, and you know, when I came here, John Hitt was working on it, then David Marshall, then Louise Kallstrom, and they're all gone, and still nothing's happening. And so I think what we just need to get, you know, find out what it costs for Day Wireless, whatever their fee is, work it into the contract so we're all paying our fair share of that fee, and it gets absorbed, and we start getting some revenue going. And then we also start putting some money away for sinking funds for future capital repairs, but that won't work for the capital repairs that are needed now.
Oh, I got you.
And, you know, and that's why I started thinking about this marijuana tax, is that those, I don't know how much money that really is, but maybe that money could be used to leverage the monies needed to do these capital improvements. And because it is the backbone of the emergency system. The roads, if the towers don't work, it's an inconvenience. If the towers don't work and, you know, there's an officer out in the field, a fire or ambulance, you know, something critical happening, it's life or death. And so, and these towers, a lot of these equipment is at the end of its life, and parts are no longer available. So, I mean, we've been talking about it the 2 years I've been here, and I think it's been talked before, 8 years before that. And so, I'm hoping that we could have a discussion and a workshop here in the next
And maybe
month.
something will be done rather than just talk?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Boyce, you had a
Thank you very much,
question.
Mr. Chair. I'm going to read something real quick here, and then I'm going to ask, with all due respect, that all the questions go through you as board chair, and I'd like to hear your report finished, and then I've got several questions here, but I'd rather not interrupt you. But if I can read this real quick, on the 30th of this month, Stan Foster and myself, Stan Foster Park Resources will be going to the Ford Family Foundation, and then to see Deanna Quimby of the USDA Disaster Relief. This has just been confirmed. I'm trying to get Emergency Management Coordinator Dumeier to go with us. So like I say, this has just been confirmed. I'm hoping to bring the board back a report on this whole thing. And let me read this real quick. Hoping to add to the Curry strategic plan, developing Curry-based strategies, working toward applications of full funding for these various priorities. Anticipate in following work sessions that you just recommended, which I think is very wise. Identify other grant resources which are available. I was just talking to Mr. Thode about this in the office a little bit while I was late, but for each project, encourage the local Curry County partners to seek these additional funds out of this process using the leverage of the disaster funds. And I could go into a lot more detail, but like I say, I hope to bring the report back. Part of the strategy to forward would be to increase Curry County access to federal, state, and private funds. So we're going to be asking for $30,000, and I think this is the direction that I hear you kind of indirectly recommending, and so something is being done. And like I say, I have more questions when you completed your report. Thank you.
My thought is, if we can do a workshop as soon as possible, and if we choose to hire Day Wireless, that we could get these new contracts out as soon as possible, so people can put them in this next fiscal year's budgets. All these agencies just like us, I believe, run on fiscal year budgets. So my thought would be we meet in February, and the board approves hiring Day Wireless, and then March, April, the letters go out to all the other agencies so that they can put it in their budgets, and maybe we can start receiving funds July 1st. I know it's very aggressive, but that's what I'm thinking.
Julia, I think you had a question.
A couple things. In response to Committee Member Gold's question, you know, one thing we found through the strategic planning process is the only department we have that is doing true capital improvement planning right now is the road department. Mm-hmm. Now, some departments may have a wish list, or they may have a project list that they put down on a piece of paper, but as far as doing a true capital improvement plan, that's new to our county. That hate to go back to OpenGov, but that's another thing that OpenGov offered us that was attractive, right? Is to have people actually learn, you have to start thinking ahead. We can't always be acting in this reactive mode. That's what we found with these towers. If we had been a little proactive, we could have applied for some funding and tried to address those, but it was an emergency, right? So what do we get the money from? We get it from the road fund. So, which is gonna eventually catch up with us, I think, but allowing to start doing capital improvement planning is something that we absolutely have to start doing. And I did, Rich, after I got your message about the workshop, JJ and I have been communicating on trying to get that scheduled as soon as possible. Because we do realize that if the board does agree to do something, put the road fund somewhere else or do something different with it, we need to start going on that to make sure we get it in the upcoming budget as well. Just a comment on the marijuana revenues. At first, the marijuana revenues is not that much money. It used to be in the general fund. This board actually put them in the sheriff's office and said, you know, it should be used for fighting crime. So right now, those funds this past year were moved to the sheriff's office.
Richard.
Yeah, I'd like to see a workshop as quick as we could, because there's also last year, excuse me, Lynn Finley from Malheur County introduced a 911 tax on cell phones, I believe, that's used to upgrade our communication systems in law enforcement. So I think we need to look at that and see if that's going to apply to the towers. So I think the sooner we get a workshop going and identify revenues or possible revenue and decide where we're going instead of waiting until the last minute and going, whoops. And I think it's very important.
I believe, Commissioner Gold, you have done some footwork already on a 911 fee, haven't you?
I was looking at getting Brookings and the county together, but I can see that's not going to work because of the study that happened. So.
Well, I'm definitely a proponent of being proactive rather than reactive, especially with law enforcement. And now that I'm interacting more closely with the sheriff's office, radios are a major issue when it comes to our deputies' safety. There's a lot of dead spots. There's a lot of spots where critical information can't be exchanged between dispatch and deputies. And in the event that there is a critical incident or a deputy's injured, that is a major issue and could certainly contribute to an officer's safety. Sir.
Back up here under emergency management, the fellow was talking about he's finding all these, got 6 phones.
It's right behind you. Yes, the
Yeah.
satellite
The old
phones.
sat phones. Yeah.
They're satellite phones. You can call anywhere in the world on a satellite phone from anywhere in the world, but they're very expensive to run. It's several dollars a minute. But when you're talking about something you're talking about and you got a deputy out in the boonies, really, anybody on duty should have one.
Before Jeremy, could I?
Yes.
You said something really important, and forgive me, but you were working with Donnie Dawson for the Brookings Sergeant, I think, on the whole 911 program. So maybe we have some duplication here. But I think, this is just my opinion, I think we kind of need an intermediary between the county and the city of Brookings to see if we can, and I don't want to volunteer you, but I think you'd be excellent for that, to go and see what the issues are and see if there isn't some foundational direction we could go, and you might be just the person to kind of help pull that together. But correct me if I'm wrong, you've already worked on that.
Well, I've done some things on it, but it might be actually good for you, myself, and maybe the sheriff to go to Brookings and all sit and talk with them and find out what
that's what I'm recommending.
I
Thank
know
you for letting me interrupt with that. So.
I know Lieutenant Dodson. I've met with him on some other issues, and I'd be more than glad to help with that, Chris.
Can I just make a clarification? That is something different, though, than what we're talking about here. The project with Brookings was on a consolidated dispatch center.
That's what we're
not
talking
the
about.
No, we're talking about the towers and...
We're talking about the 911 consolidation between Curry County and the city of Brookings. Plus the towers, but you mentioned that, I think, and you said, no, it's not, you're not
Well,
optimistic.
because of the study that was done.
I understand, okay, so just clarifying there, but I think it's a direction we need to vigorously pursue and not give up, just my opinion.
And there are two issues. One is the quality of the communication with the towers and the capabilities of the towers with the current existing radios of law enforcement. And then the other would be consolidating with a central dispatch so that everybody's on the same page in the same channel and exchanging the same information, so that if there is some horrific incident, such as an active shooter or some type of critical incident in our community, when that happens, everybody goes to that. Everybody goes to that incident, and I think there could be better coordination, if you will, in terms of one entity overseeing that. And when you have to switch channels and some people are still on this channel and everybody's thinking everybody's switching over to this channel, and there's no time for that. When those things happen, there's no time.
So I think you'd be just the person.
So I'm all for that. I think it should be explored and looked into.
Thank you.
For the record, Jeremy Dumeyer, Emergency Management. Mr. Christensen had asked that I be available for this part of the presentation for towers. I want to touch on your comment about satellite phones. It's a tool. It's a tool.
We used to use them every day.
They're a tool, and they have their use, and obviously I have that capability, but it's a limited tool. You have the slightest bit of cover, be it some trees, a mountain next to you, what have you, and you've lost that capability. The issue of the towers is we do not have a true ring. What I mean by that is we rely on a point-to-point system that was really updated back in the early part of 2001, 2002, using a bevy of federal grants, be it the FMAG, Title III, so on. That system, like I said, is point-to-point. If you have one system go down, Grizzly Mountain, for instance, you've lost all communications in the county. If Cape Blanco goes down, we have no North County communications with Port Orford. We don't have any redundancy. We do not have any circular network, such as they have in Josephine County, where if one system goes down, the other systems can still backfill and manage to coordinate those communications. I think Day Wireless provided a presentation 18 months ago or so, and basically recommended that we would probably need another tower or two. And we do, frankly. We need to have a tower outside of the Agnes area up at elevation. Right now, Agnes Communications, that tower sits down in the town, and you rely on a bank shot, as it's called, to go from Grizzly to a reflector board and bank it down into Agnes. That's not efficient or effective. If you go up the Winchuck River Road, you have almost no real communications up there in various places. If you're a firefighter, you cannot get a page at the fire hall because you have Mount Emily between the Winchuck and Black Mound or Bosley Butte. We used to have a repeater on Mount Emily, and we need one again, but that's a lot of money. You're talking several millions of dollars to really have the robust system we need, and it needs to be managed with that in mind. With the upgrades that are needed, again, these towers are 20 plus years old in some cases. The radios that law enforcement officers have are really towards the end of their life. They're robust,
but they're still available.
They're still available, but they're outdated and not quite so user-friendly as the new systems are.
I'll bet you Cruz Curry Electric has Bonneville Power. That's all they do. That's all they use with the people in the field. If you can see the sky, you get in a thicket out here where you can't see 10, 20 feet. Yeah, you're right. But it's also, you're right, if you got a radio.
Yeah, a sat phone is a good tool to have. It's not I wouldn't rely on it as a first responder.
No, here's what happens now from a first responding perspective, and I'll speak from law enforcement. There are areas where the radios don't work. So what happens is all of the law enforcement that is maybe doing a search for an individual or a coordinated effort to find a violent offender will have to switch to an alternate channel where there's no repeater so that we can speak and hear each other. So I can talk to the guy on the north end of the perimeter who can coordinate the south end of the perimeter, and we can search with a dog, for example. And then one of those guys that's on the perimeter has to have another radio, which is on the repeated channel, so he can communicate with dispatch, and we can coordinate that information back to dispatch. And that's where people get killed doing that, quite frankly. And you know, with all the technology and what's out there available, you know, that's an example of one of the little things that could contribute to one of our law enforcement or first responders, fire, et cetera, you know, losing their life. And that's why I think the proactive approach is definitely something we should pursue.
Just to touch on that, the radios they have right now, the handheld radios, like I said, they're robust, they are serviceable, but if you want to go on that same kind of a call, the new radios are dual band. You can be monitoring one other channel while operating on another and be effective in that particular instance. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done when it comes to the tower communication aspect. It's several $1 million that we need to be putting away and working towards.
Well, no, I hear what you're saying, but you're going to be lucky to be on board with those in 2 years. You've got radios in your office. If batteries won't make them work, replacement radios for a couple $1,000s will. Why not get you by until you have your towers up? Really?
Yeah, and there are some priorities there.
I think part of though is the radios that are in the towers and then the console system in the courthouse. That's a big part of it. And a lot of the parts that are used for those radios, those systems are no longer available. It's not just looking at the handhelds or what's in the vehicles, but actually inside the towers is the problem. Is there any more questions on towers? Okay, thank you.
Just, if I may, Mr. Chair, yes, correct me if I'm wrong. The Curry County has a disadvantage just in the sheer rugged part of the geography here compared to the entire rest of the United States, or North America, I should say.
It's a unique problem.
It's up and down. That's why we have the great rivers, the great watersheds. So yes, thank you. That puts us.
Radios for us is more costly than other areas because of topography.
It's like the state police has 2 dispatches in the whole state, but it's mostly flat ground and hills, not much in the way of mountains.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening on towers, and I'll try to get some coordinated with Day Wireless and the JJ to get something scheduled as soon as possible. Roadside improvement. Everything looks good on this fund. This fund is just $25,000 that a contractor put in for future road improvements, and it's not. And we have it scheduled for fiscal year 2023-24. And so this $25,000 will disappear then, and we'll never see it again. General service, internal service fund. This is for the maintenance and services of all the general service vehicles. Everything's going well there. I'm kind of really watching because we're buying a lot more sheriff cruisers, and they require oil changes every 5,000 miles, tires every 30,000 miles, and so they're high maintenance. So, but everything's going good. I don't foresee any problems. And then general fund, equipment, self-insurance, everything's going there. We were maintaining like 100,000 in there. And my biggest worry is, if we lose a total out of sheriff cruiser, that's over 50, maybe $60,000 to replace. So I want to keep 100,000 there. Everything's looking okay. And that was a decision to kind of keep it a minimum pool of about that much there. The vehicle replacement reserve fund, and this is for all the motor pool vehicles and all the other departments other than road department. And there's just some funds that still need to be transferred in there from veteran services for their new vehicle. And other departments are asking for new vehicles next fiscal year, and we don't quite have that figured out, but this year we're looking good. the road capital improvement reserve fund. It's looking good. It's going per what we planned. Like I said, as far as like the road department, we plan to take 3.5 million out of it this year, and those funds have been transferred, but we won't have to use them because we have another $1.5 million of revenue coming in. And so what we'll do is we'll leave those funds as rollover funds in the next fiscal year, so we won't have to draw so much from the reserve fund next year. And then there's the bike and footpath fund, and that's just a small fund that we use for striping our bike paths, and we're saving money in there for future maybe sidewalk and bike lane projects that will be in our new facility plan that we're working on this year. We're planning to have our new facility, 6-year facility plan completed before budget, April this year, so I could put it in my budget as far as the capital improvement projects, and we could plan things out for the next 6 years with road funds.
Okay. Questions?
Brad,
Richard?
I have to. What was the cost of the replacement for the veterans vehicle?
$24,000.
$24,000. And the bike and the footpath funds, that was for just maintenance type thing?
Bike and footpath funds is on the shared motor vehicle fuel tax and registration fees. We get a percent, and that goes into that's a big part of our big revenue for the road department. And it was $1.9 million. And so this year, $1.9,500,000 or 50,000. And 1% of that has to go into bike and footpath. So that's how that gets funded, through shared motor vehicle tax.
Is this something your employees do, basically?
No, we contract out the striping every year. That was part of that $198,000 we contracted out.
Mr. Boyce.
Thank you, Chair Alcorn. 2 quick questions. The 8,000 gallon tank, you store that in your yard?
Yes.
I somehow missed that.
Well, it's 60 years old, and we have 2 of them. They're both like 60 years old.
I was going to say, is there more than one?
Yeah,
but they're both 8,000 gallon.
Yes, and they're both 60 years old, and the trailers are melting into the ground, and they're really scary, and I want to try to get them hauled away before they become an issue. We need these tanks in order to keep road oil on hand for patching our roads, and also for chip sealing our roads.
The second question I have, your 10% over on overtime. So much of that has to do with what you've had to deal with, I think. And you did mention that some on the disasters we've had, especially last spring. That had to overload your circuits a little bit there.
Absolutely, but
so that's very understandable.
I have a great team, and
yes,
it's amazing the work that we produced last year, and the training and teamwork's really paying off.
And the last one is on your third mechanic. That is going to be tough shoes to fill, but hope if we can help, let us know. That's a very important position, and a good direction plan you have going there. You have the third one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good plan. Okay, that's all I have.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is Budget Committee questions and comments. Are there any?
We're going to have it, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
We're going to have it 2 o'clock. What do you think if, I don't know how we can go back to our original agenda, and Mr. Clay has been here all day, and what's your thoughts there?
Well, I think we should finish this meeting up
finish
first.
the budget committee meeting.
This
Okay,
one's
I'm just
almost
trying
done.
to get a feel for time, and if we can give him some
We did let Mr. Clay know that it was going to be long and that we had to break for a budget committee meeting and a workshop before we'd go back to our regular meeting.
I knew that, and I'm comfortable.
You're okay? All right, thank you. I may have some comments or just even some potential recommendations.
Citizen Revenue Task Force.
He's here for the 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Ostrowski. How are you? Did I lose it? You know, not to come up with excuses, but you've heard a lot of discussion today on some of the things, surprises that we've got just in the last year. And, you know, the towers, and we've referenced these a little bit. You added a couple more today that I think I was aware of, but perhaps overlooked. And some of these figures may be off, but they are outside the budget, and that is the towers. Reminded everyone, 800 grand. I'd forgot almost 2 years ago that Day Wireless had recommended 2 additional towers, total of 7. I mean, that's staggering to me. Maybe that's an overstatement, but I just don't see us ever be in a position to budget or find the funds for that. I don't want to be pessimistic, but that's huge. We've talked about the courthouse security somewhere around 25,000 that we had no choice on, in my opinion. Good work there, Commissioner Pash. The phone system, that's become, we're trying to almost overcome an embarrassment there, 50K where we're not accessible to our people, and so that's been a huge one. The heating and air conditioning system for this building, 35, the strategic plan 5, plus staff time that's been required, and I'm not in any way diluting my enthusiasm for the responsibility of pursuing that. And then I talked a little bit about a year ago the $124,000 jail settlement. You mentioned the $16,000 payment to AOC, $5,000 for the wage study, $8,000 for Moss Adams, and then Mr. Thode reminded us again on, wow, the trash properties that we're responsible to clean up. But we're trying to take that responsibility because we care about what our neighborhoods look like and our property values and everything else. So as we go towards the budget season, you know, we've talked about the open gov. I've had some, I explained to the board, that was the hardest vote I've made yet in my 3 years here. I absolutely saw the rationale behind that and the direction that it could have, and the areas that could have benefited this county. And yet, you know, we don't have anybody to run it now, and we may not have. And then in addition to that, we're looking at all these areas that are adding expenses. The money is really going out, and rising costs, you know, I'm looking at, even with the Sheriff's Department recommending this board immediately consider no new vehicles. I would cut any travel outside of the state other than what we can pay for ourselves. That sounds like a drastic measure, but it may be small compared to what we are going to be faced with here. Some of the citizens have understandably said, you guys are spending a lot of money. They're right. Do we have a choice? We have inherited some real issues here, and the leadership of this board and Director Smelzer has met these challenges head on. So I don't know what the future is, but there's some, I mean, I said no travel outside of the state, staying at Holiday Inns at $185 a night. I don't know if it's the Sheriff's Department or who. We have to compete and keep our employees happy. The bottom line is, what can we afford? What can we afford? So, and later on today, we're going to talk about the absentee property fees. And we've had a lot of public opposition to that. And yet, we have to come up with some funds. And it can't just be grants. And I think we've got some good progress. And I hope to give the board, as I said, a very good report when I get back from Roseburg with USDA and the Ford family, and how that can set our plan in motion in connection with the strategic plan. But we keep telling the citizens we don't have a lot of money, and we're in a real tough position. But we're gonna have to look and really show the public that we understand what we're up against, and we'll be the first to make the sacrifices. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, I'd be involved in the process last year, and I just haven't. I understand what you're saying about the perception we're spending a lot of money, but I didn't really see that last year from my standpoint. It's either pay for it now or continue to go downhill over the years. And I thought this last year, everyone, the board, was pretty progressive on ideas how to do this. But you can't have 1 year where you're going to decide that you're going to reverse everything and expect it to be done in 1 year. It's a process that takes 1, 2, or 3 years. You have to start someplace. And from what I have read in the past and what I have seen, it seems like things got tabled just to table them and not look ahead. And yes, it is a tough decision. It's easy for me to sit here and say these things because I'm not in an elected position and won't be. But I didn't see any extravagant misspending as far as traveling out of state. What I've seen for out of state travel was some very good progress with our elected officials in Washington, D.C. And to ask a commissioner to pay for their own expenses to travel to Washington, D.C. on behalf of the county, I just don't feel that's right. If you want to do it, that's fine. But I don't think you can function. And when I first started this process, it was people that served voluntary and whatever. And you can't do that without having paid position. You folks work a lot, you know. And I think there's a misperception in the public from all the prior issues that went on about the pay and et cetera. And I just, if I had thought last year that this year was overexpending and not trying, I probably wouldn't be here this year. But I just don't see it. And that's just from my standpoint.
Commissioner Pash, you have a comment?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. We need to come up with a date for our next meeting and when that's going to be. Yes.
So originally we had a calendar made up of some potential dates or what we were looking at. And at this point, with our finance director leaving, I need to go back and revisit that schedule and make sure it fits in with all of the other projects and meetings that we have going on. So I'll get back to the budget committee with some possible dates, and then we'll just poll you and see what's going to work, okay?
I think we had like almost every Wednesday in February was selected for that.
And because we had, you know, we just did our year-end financials this weekend, as a matter of fact, and have sent that off to our auditor now to see how they can help. I would like to make sure we know exactly where we're at with last year's budget before we start moving forward and working on a new budget. So let us just take a look at what's going on, take a look at that schedule. I'm sure we're going to have to make some revisions to the schedule, but I'll get back to you on that, okay?
Okay, so we'll leave that open as pending until we hear from you, but we'll expect that probably to be in February.
We'll at least meet in February, but
Yeah.
I right now I can tell you it's not going to be every Wednesday or however it was set up.
Understand.
We'll make some adjustments.
Okay, any other comments? Any other questions or anything about today? All right, and it's 2 o'clock and we'll adjourn this meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.